plan on this day of the 21st of November. Before we start our meeting, I'd like to invite Councillor Barker to please start us with our karakia.
Thank you, Worship. Tūtawa mai runga, tūtawa mai raro, tūtawa mai roto, tūtawa mai waho. Ki tau ai te Māori tū, te Māori ora ki te katoa, hume, huie, tū tāhekia.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barker, for starting our workshop with the karakia. We do have an apology from Councillor Patterson, who will, he is walking down the hallway. He will be with us shortly, and also an apology from Councillor Waru. Just a reminder to everyone that this workshop is being live streamed, and also if you could please have your mobile phones on silent. We'll look to take a break around about 11 a.m. and then lunchtime about 1 p.m. depending how we go. Just a reminder, this is a workshop, so we don't have the formalities of meetings. You are welcome to ask as many questions as you wish of staff. This morning we will have Thomas presenting to us, and this workshop really focuses on the financials and of course what the rates could be. Now, this is an incredibly challenging long-term plan. We've heard from other councils across the country and also organisations like Treasury New Zealand who are calling this the most challenging long-term plan of councils ever, of all time. And that unfortunately is due to economic impacts such as inflation and interest rates, of which Thomas will cover in great detail. However, this is a challenge that has fallen on our hands as the council. It is a challenge that we will not only grapple with ourselves, but also that we must take our community on as well. So the information that will be provided in this workshop is what we view as the baseline. It's what we are starting with. And just a reminder that what we choose to put forward into the consultation document will then have the opportunity to hear feedback from the community before we make the final decision. So just wanting to be very clear that this, while this is not the final financial position that we find ourselves in, it is incredibly, incredibly challenging, and we don't underestimate that ourselves, and we also don't underestimate the impact for the community. So I'd like to now hand over to Thomas, who will walk us through not only the process that we've come to so far, but then provide in detail where we find ourselves today. Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you, Worship, and Morena councillors. Just a little bit of an outline of where we've been and where we're going. So we have now had a number of workshops over the coming months, and this is off the back of the previous annual plan work as well, where a lot of your priorities were created. We went through workshops identifying community outcomes and what was important and what wasn't, and where the focus needs to be. We had feedback from the community boards and Te Tato. We've talked briefly about a number of policies and elements that we formally need to adopt into the future. And where we are now is bringing some of those elements together to create a draft annual plan for, LTP for consideration, aiming to go out for consultation. And we've still got a number of workshops ahead of us where we'll consider what is being presented, refine, present back, refine again, up until the point that where you are comfortable with regards to what that final looks like. The workshops themselves, this workshop, we're going to touch on a little bit of the decision-making process going forward to just give some clarity on that. The reason for that is as Her Worship said, this is probably the most challenging environment that nearly every council in New Zealand has experienced with regards to putting a long-term plan together. This is my fifth, I think, that I've done, and I would say that with regards to the challenges and the pressures that we're facing, it's by far the most difficult that I've had to do. Things like regulatory reform, Three Waters reform, DIA giving us guidance on what we should be modelling and shouldn't be modelling, changing of governments and then changing of direction again. A high inflationary environment, probably the highest that I've experienced probably in my time in local government. Interest rates that were at historical lows and within 18 months are probably the highest that they've been in close to 10 years. And then the additional demands with regards to coming out of COVID, staffing challenges, regulatory challenges, and particularly around health and safety and the pressures that put these on. And so what that has done is it's created an interesting environment with regards to forecasting out budgets for the next 10 years, while also ensuring that we're delivering against our community expectations. So what we've done is we've mapped out a decision-making process, which we'll go through this after this slide shortly, to walk through how we intend to get you to make decisions. We'll also talk about the initial financial modelling. So ultimately, within the 10-year LTP, there is a set of 10-year financials that is also underpinned by significant forecasting assumptions, an infrastructure strategy which outlines our investment, and then we'll talk about the debt profile and some fees and charges as well. And then within the initial financial modelling, we'll give an indication of indicative rates that would be required to support that initial modelling. No decision has been made on the modelling. Obviously, that 10-year financials and all the inputs, as we'll explain through the decision-making process of how we've arrived at that. But the workshops ahead of us is for you to give guidance on where you would like us to look, what changes you would potentially like us to make, what you may like to include, and then we will go away and refine that model based on the feedback, ultimately for a decision in February, March. So the decision-making process, what we realised in this challenging environment, in particular where there's a focus on looking after our infrastructure and our community while balancing rates and debt, we had to go through and create a baseline financials that we felt, based on our current level of service, our inflationary pressures, our regulatory pressures and our health and safety pressures, as well as our contractual obligations. If we captured all those elements, we would create a baseline budget. And we call this effectively priority one. And so what we're saying is that if we look at our OPEX and our CAPEX with regards to our service delivery and our community expectations, and we make no reduction in the level of services of our services back out to the community, and we balance that with all the challenges that we're currently facing, we create a floor in our baseline budget. Now that floor can be reduced, but to reduce it will likely mean reducing levels of service, and you can make that decision going forward as well. And so that's where we've been focusing around creating that baseline to leverage off, up or down, and from there. Happy to take any questions as we go through.
So Thomas, when you're saying that baseline there to reduce council service delivery, would that mean if we wanted to shift that baseline, we would have to have a discussion similar to what we did in the annual plan around levels of service and stuff that would be delivering to the community?
Something similar, but maybe more meatier rather than individual specific items across our organisation. We're probably talking about reducing something quite significant. And so there is a slight difference with regards to the approach that we're taking with the LTP versus the annual plan. So if you think about the annual plan was year 3 of an LTP, and we were consulting on changes to the LTP year. And so this time around, we're actually creating that LTP from afresh. So you can actually have the opportunity to make changes to that base. But what we are signalling is that we believe, looking at our obligations and our levels of service, that what we've created with regards to the baseline to get lower than that would require substantial change.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship, and again, sorry for my tardiness. Thank you, Thomas. Just a couple of questions on this particular graph or page that's spotted. Health and safety regulatory demands. What sort of costs are we talking around those?
I don't have, there's quite a detailed list in behind, but as an example, one would be we're building some detention dams around the region to manage stormwater, and there's a cost that's being incurred with regards to the regulatory requirements of maintaining the legality of those dams. And so, there's probably about a $50,000 cost in there with regards to complying with the consents and all the rest. Health and safety on the back of whakaari in particular and around our organisation has driven an element of costs in as well. The bigger one there is probably from a regulatory perspective around the water regulator and some of the costs that we're seeing with regards to renewing water take consents and those sorts of elements. And so those are the sort of elements that we're talking about from a regulatory perspective.
And those would be including government mandated strategies that they've said we have to implement, but they actually haven't given us any funding to do that.
Yep, that would cover that as well, yes.
Thank you.
Just bearing in mind that as officers have created that baseline, and we show you the detail of that, there are some things that you may feel we haven't got quite right, and so we can obviously talk about what those are, and nothing is obviously set in stone, but we've made our first attempt of looking what that looks like. The next step is therefore looking at below the line, and so the stuff that we talked about is above that baseline financial model and sits in priority 1, and then looking at both our operating and capital expenditure and looking at proposed changes in levels of service. So historically, when we talk about changes in levels of service, we're always talking about increasing them because the community always does expect more of us, but you can in that interpretation think about potentially reducing levels of service as well. And what we've done is filtered those and taken particularly the feedback from your previous workshops where you set out your priorities, and we've created 2 further categories. And so we've put those request changes into priority 2, where they are aligned to your priorities with the discussions and the feedback that we had from you in the previous workshops, as well as the annual plan, and then priority 3, which are others that you could potentially consider as well. And so the intention being is following that is you go into a decision-making process whereby you can consider those level of service changes and priorities. You can consider new funding policies and fees. You can also consider reductions in levels of service and the baseline. And out of that will form a draft long-term plan, which will set out the rates, the fees, development contributions, our capital works program, our debt, and any changes in levels of service. And then below the line, there will be excluded items. And so what that does...
Thomas, just to double check for councillors, so as well as asking questions this workshop as you go through those items, is the opportunity for councillors to provide feedback on what they believe should be prioritised, what they believe could be looked at for not going into the next phase?
100%. I think the more guidance that you give us and the more feedback that you give us during this day, the team will pick that up. And what we will do is we will spend the time refining that draft LTP model for you to consider at the next workshop to understand the implications. So yes, the more we talk about, the more guidance that you get, the better we will be going forward.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a point of clarification on that comment you just made and your answer, Thomas. When is the appropriate time for comments, questions? We just stick our hand up at random times, or will we have breaks at the end of sort of?
I'm happy to have any questions asked on each slide because it will take some time to go through all the information, and so I'm more than happy to stop on every slide and talk about. If you feel that we have to go back to something, I'm happy to do that as well. So, yeah.
And then at the conclusion, we can also just get any additional feedback if you feel you've missed opportunity. So we will take our time to make sure that everybody gets the opportunity to.
So when you piece all that together, we effectively create the decision-making process. So the red line through the middle is the baseline, and as I said up above, we talk about our OPEX and our CAPEX and our priorities, and they flow through into a some flow through into a decision-making process, some flow through automatically to the draft LTP, i.e. where there's contractual obligations and legal. And then below the line, with regards to considering changes in levels of service to your priorities, we enter into that decision-making process. Some go below the line, some will come above the line into a draft LTP. And then as you can see off to the side there, and I'll try and highlight that, is we will do a draft LTP that covers a consultation document that will cover both the draft LTP and potentially any excluded items. And I think that's the difference with regards to the consultation document into the LTP versus what we did for the annual plan, is that we're not consulting on this was the plan and we're taking out. What you can do is say, here is our draft plan. It's been prepared recognising the challenges that our citizens currently have, and we are trying to balance financial pressures in addition to ensuring that our infrastructure is in place. We're providing opportunities for growth, and we're looking after our amenities. And what you can do is you can consult on increases or changes in levels of service and as to whether you want to bring them in versus taking them out. And so you can therefore take a slightly different approach with the consultation document. You can also put it into the draft and ask as to whether they want to take it out as well. And so just a subtle difference with regards to how we may potentially consult. Hope that makes sense. So the initial financial modelling, and I've put this wonderful graph up, and it's hard to read and it's difficult to, I guess, interpret. So what we do with regards to the modelling is we do model out 10 years, and some of the inputs that go into our 10-year financial model actually are longer than that. So the infrastructure strategy is 30 years. And so the blue line is we model out our revenues for the 10 years. So not only is that rates, but it's also subsidies and grants. And so what you'll see on that line is that actually in the first 4 years, our revenues go above 250 million and then drop back down to a base of 29 and then have a slower trajectory upwards. And so that period there reflects quite heavy investment with regards to Infrastructure Acceleration Fund contributions towards our capital works program and a number of capital projects that have external revenues. With regards to our operating expenditure, you'll see there that from 24 to 25 there is a little bit of a step up, and then there's a gradual increase across the plan. And you'll see in the grey line with regards to our capital works program, bearing in mind, I just remind you, 2024 is this current year, so year one is 2025, is you'll see with regards to that profile of our capital works that we do have a clustering of a significant amount of work in that first 3 years. And that should come as no surprise, as we've talked during our annual plan with regards to some of the work ahead of us, particularly wastewater treatment plant upgrades, sewage scheme extensions, water renewals, etc., with a dropping off into the future years. And then you'll see that the borrowings there match as well, and we've got borrowings at the start of the plan that supports that capital investment, and then towards the end of the plan where we're predominantly doing more just renewal work and very little level of service, the requirement to borrow is not there. And if anything, we're actually starting to pay down debt. And so that's at a high level, I guess, the themes of the plan. And I'll pause here for a moment and then I'll probably go into the detail that you're probably wanting to see. So any questions on this bit?
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a suggestion, really. It would be handy for us to see in this graph revenues separated from external funding. So if the baseline rates in one colour and then external funding in a separate one so we can see where the baseline sits? Just a suggestion.
Yep. Certainly. As I said, it was only there for indicative purposes, so you can see the overall trends, and so we'll go into this. So one of the major inputs of a long-term plan is effectively a set of underpinned by a set of prospective financial statements. Prospective financial statements are effectively forecasts or budgets that we're aiming to go towards the next 10 years. And like all forecasts, they're underpinned by assumptions. And so one of the important things is actually understanding what the assumptions are that underpin this set of financial models and the risks associated with those and the flexibility that we may or may not have with some of those assumptions. And these assumptions can actually have quite a significant impact on the overall modelling going forward. So I think I just covered that slide. So the first set of significant forecasting assumptions, and the main one is inflation. And so what is the inflation that we've modelled within the LTP? And so we do get information predominantly from Burl, who are the economic advisors that do the analysis of what the likely inflation rates are for year 1 through to year 10. And they do that on an activity basis. So it's not like CPI, where CPI is obviously the Consumer Price Index, which is the headline inflation for all the baskets of services and goods that make up everything we buy, sell and trade in New Zealand. What we do is we target specifically activities such as cost of inflation to roading versus sewerage versus water versus other services. So particularly targeting our baskets of goods that we buy. Staffing, we have put in 5%. So one of the challenges that we've exited from recently is attracting and retaining staff. And so we have put an amount in there to ensure that we continue to have that ability going forward, because obviously without staff we will struggle to deliver our services to our community. We then go through and there are a number of our activities that have contracts in place, and each of those contracts has their own inflationary adjusters and calculations that we need to do every year. And so we do an estimate of what those costs are, and we include those. And then within our CCOs, we've reduced the airport funding in line with the current funding agreement that we have in place. We've provided Rotorua NZ with a baseline 5%. Rotorua NZ has not had an inflationary increase to their budget for quite some time, 6-7 years. At Infracore, we've looked at their water services at 10% and their open spaces budget at 5%. And so the detail that sits underneath some of that, and so this is effectively the inflationary detail that we put within the model. So year 1 is here, 2025, and you'll see there that we do break it down between inflation for roading, property, water, stormwater, etc., etc. Again, it's forward-looking estimates based on professional advice, and so this is what we've inserted. What we have noticed, and one of the risks that we have faced in preparing this long-term plan, is that you'll see the inflationary numbers there for 2024, which is the current year. Within our existing budgets, we probably didn't provide enough inflation readjustment based on what we're actually experiencing, and so we haven't allowed for a catch-up of that, with the exception of where they're contractually obligated to do so. So there is a risk at times that for some activities that we have to have that difficult balancing act with regards to providing the level of service within budgetary constraints. I'm happy to take any questions on this quite detailed slide or the slide before, if you like.
Thank you, Thomas. Just a question on the inflation numbers. So you did mention that within the existing budgets, there wasn't enough allowed to cater for the inflation that we received. Is that an issue that we're experiencing across the sector, or was that just something that we hadn't anticipated? Understanding that when inflation rates were at around 2%, that was, in hindsight, perceived as artificially low. So I suppose it just comes down to the question of, was there any way that we could have preempted what we've ended up with now? Because the inflation is what is actually causing us and other councils to reach what feels like a crisis point.
We're no different from anyone else in this aspect. I guess we're, at the time of setting the budgets, we're always under constraint with regards to managing the increases. So we do obviously take that formal advice with regards to where the indicative rates are. It's very hard for us as a sector to play catch up if those estimates are wrong, and so without adding additional inflationary adjustment into future years to play catch up. And so we're always balancing our levels of service to make sure that we stay within the funding envelope that is provided. The exception to that is, and what you'll see shortly, is that our calculations for inflationary adjustments on some of our contracts last year were done on forecast information, and then when we actually had the updated stuff come through, and when we had the actual calculations come through for the contractual adjustments, we did undershoot a number of those, which can happen. Sometimes we go over, sometimes we go under, and so there is a little bit of a catch up on those in year one budget to make sure that we provide adequate budget to cover those.
Thank you. And then just secondly, I see in 2024 we're making an assumption, and let's just take property in Three Waters as an example, which is the most, well, has the highest inflation at 6.1, but then we see all the way in 10 years' time that it could be down to 1.9. Are those inflation rates optimistic, or are we able to take a conservative approach so that we don't find whoever the council at the time is in the same problem?
They are conservative. I think there is an expectation from probably all economists and bankers that what we're experiencing at the moment with regards to inflation and interest rates will rapidly decline back to normality. And so what you see on the screens of 2s and 1s is what they consider normality. There is a risk that that may not happen in the time frame that occurs, which therefore means into future years, when we prepare our LTP and we project out what our future rates increases are based on this, that if inflation is higher, then obviously without reducing levels of services and costs, that the rates would actually go up and match that as well. The 2024 is the revised CPI adjustments for the year that we're currently in. I think at the time of setting our budgets, we did set a little bit lower than that for the current year. But what we are, as we said, we're not looking to play catch up on that in year one. So there is some extra pressure coming in from that going forward.
Any further questions? No. Thank you.
Additional drivers, so finance costs is a big driver as well. So we are averaging 4.75% in year one and out. We will refine the future years' cost of borrowings as we get closer to the end of the financial year in adoption. And that was because we are seeing the market constantly repricing future borrowings. And in particular, there is an expectation that inflation is getting under control, and that if the banks, and in particular the US Fed, will drop their OCR equivalent, which is the predominant driver of our borrowing versus a New Zealand citizen borrowing through a bank. We borrow through the LGFA, which is predominantly driven pricing from global markets. That we have flatlined it for now, but there is, as we progress through this year closer to adoption, we will revise that average cost of borrowing into the future years to reflect what the markets are currently indicating. It's just in a state of flux at the moment. Population growth is another one. We convert population growth into household unit equivalents, and that's how we model it within our long-term plan. So that models it with regards to the impact of rates growth, but also on our infrastructure investment to match growth. The reason we do household unit equivalents is because we can therefore convert industrial and commercial developments into the equivalent of a household unit to calculate demand on our services and infrastructure, and from that can understand the cost of delivering those services. And so our population growth is still based off the work that Infometrics does and is tied to the FDS and is, I guess, a bit of a golden thread that goes through a lot of our strategies and into our infrastructure strategy and also into our long-term plan. And so there is, we are experiencing good growth at the moment, and we're seeing, with regards to the growth of close to 2,900 household unit equivalents over the life of the plan, a good portion of that is up the first 5 to 6 years of the plan, which is sort of reflective of the capital investment that we'll talk about shortly to fund growth as well. Growth is a topic, so any questions on this aspect?
Councillor Barker.
Thank you. Just as, have you got any figures on the last, or the previous couple of years' growth, 23 and 24?
Not off the top of my head, but JP can probably answer this.
JP, hang on. We'll just get the working mic for you.
Sorry, so I'm just repeating that. The operational reports have tracked our consents and our building consents and also talked to our actual completed homes, so those operational reports. So if you like, I can snip some of those graphs and just send them out to you post this meeting.
Councillor Lee, followed by Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Was it around 2020, Thomas, that Mayor Chadwick said that she would like 6,500 houses by 2030? Those numbers there for housing unit equivalents seem to be trending down. Is there any, what would be the cumulative figures trending towards that goal?
I'm not sure on the previous Mayor's statement, sorry. I think JP might have some knowledge on what our trajectory was for housing in that previous triennium.
Councillor, I think what we've seen there is the Infometrics has 3 lines, the low, medium and high. So we've previously used medium for planning, but actually for investment and returns we've tended to go low because that's so we've taken that conservative view. So there is the growth line. So conservative is to estimate low on revenue and to plan higher. So that's the way we've tended to do it. But those are lower than what I thought the Infometrics numbers were, so I can go back and check on that too.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just double checking, these figures are from Brad Olsen / Infometrics, that business?
I don't know who the owner of Infometrics is, but it is Infometrics.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Thomas. Could I just ask, so our significant forecasting assumptions were finance cost, population growth. Are you concerned that if inflation starts to, say, turn the corner, static or even coming down, doesn't that normally associate with slowing economic factors? So I'm just concerned that, yes, inflation may have turned a corner, but we may be facing a recessionary factors as well. Thank you.
I think reading the macroeconomics of probably New Zealand's economy and worldwide, there is an expectation that what's currently driving inflation will require a significant slowdown to bring it back in line with those bands. And so obviously with an economic slowdown, unfortunately becomes potential recessions and job losses and impacts of business. And yes, that is obviously something that we need to take into account with regards to our modelling, yes.
Thomas, just a question. You talk about impacts on services and infrastructure demands in this slide, but with the increase in potential household equivalents, potential homes, does that also factor in the ongoing income of rates as well?
Yep, so this drives, I guess, simplistically 2 lines. One with regards to the investment that we need to do to support that growth. And from a revenue perspective, we model new rates with regards to that would be created from those new properties.
Okay, thank you.
So, next section is we'll talk about what the initial rates modelling looks like. And I just caution as well, this is indicative, it's the first draft. What we have done is we've asked some of our neighbouring councils with regards to where they sit. So it's very normal at this time of year that there's an email system called the listserv where councils communicate with each other, and we generally share with regards to where we sit on these schemes so we can get an understanding of how we sit. When we've asked some of our council colleagues about where they sit, they're not particularly willing to share things at the moment. And I think that's a reflection of the fact that the challenges that we face, they are also facing, and they're grappling with how to tackle the challenge that is in front of them. And the challenges that are in front of them, as you can see, is an indicative rate increase that is a little higher than what I think everyone is anticipating. There are a number of councils that have publicly gone out with theirs, and I think Christchurch might have come out with 18% indicative. I think Tauranga City has gone out publicly with 10. They're currently out consulting, but they've offset that by introducing or considering the introduction of significant congestion charges, changing the way that they rate their industrial properties, etc., etc. So they'll look to offset their cost challenges by introducing new charging mechanisms. And I think indicative, you've heard a number of other mayors around the country, and I think the mayor of Waikato Hamilton recently came out and expressed the challenges that they have faced. So we're not unique in this position, and it comes back to, as I said, probably the 5th LTP I've done. This is probably the most challenging, and with regards to creating a baseline, it's the most challenging baseline budget that we've created. So what you see there is quite a significant pressure in costs, and particularly in year 1, dropping down in year 2 and 3 onwards. And year 1 is predominantly driven by those challenges that we said around inflation, finance recosting, cost of borrowing to invest into our infrastructure, as well as responding to a couple of other community challenges which we'll go into. And then it does start to taper off as some of those challenges pass away. I think the question that you had before around those future years' inflations, and if they are wrong and they are higher, what would the impact be? Obviously, without reducing our cost base or our levels of service, these indicative rates into the future years would come up to reflect the cost environment that we would face into the future. But I think everyone in New Zealand probably hopes that we return back to a level of normality around inflation and cost pressures, with hopefully not significant adverse effects with regards to our economy and our people, to provide us some more stability going forward.
Councillor Brown.
Sorry, Thomas, just on that, could I just ask you, now bear in mind I'm only a dumb kid from Westie, so could I just ask you, so we've got in there the dark blue is the general rates increase at 6%. That's the general rate, is that correct?
The dark is the targeted rate, yep. So that contributes 6% overall. Okay. And then the general rate is the light blue, yep.
No.
Oh, yes, sorry, I've got it the wrong way around.
That's fine.
Clearly a
not
so smart kid from Rotorua.
No, that's all right. So can I ask, so the general rate there is highlighted at 6%, yet up in our wording up there, it says general rates increase at 10%.
Yep. I'll explain that one.
Thank you.
The bar shows the total increase across all our rates. And so indicative is saying our rates revenue would need to rise by 14%. And within that, the general rate will contribute 6% of that, and the targeted rate will contribute the balance. What we're referring to there is, as you know, from our total rates revenue, about 2/3 is general rate and about 1/3 is targeted, maybe not quite that proportion. And so as the targeted rates lift by 22 and the general rate by 10, the proportionality of those increases in totality combine to the 14%. So we're saying those individual rates will increase by those amounts, but because they don't contribute the same proportion to our total rates, it shifts to that 14. Yep.
Councillor Lee?
Thank you, Your Worship. For the benefit of people who are watching live stream here, you're proposing well, it's looking like as a starting point, a 14% rates rise coming up. Is that the correct interpretation of what we're looking at on the screen there?
I'm not proposing, Councillor, but what we're indicating is that with regards to the challenges and the pressures and creating that baseline to maintain our current levels of service, that would be the indicative, bearing in mind there's a lot more discussion and work to go into this.
What was the baseline for the annual plan?
The baseline for the annual plan was year 3 of the long-term plan, which was effectively our previous year, and then we tried to reduce from that. Yep.
Which was what percentage by comparison?
I think we ended up at 6.7, 6.8. Yep.
We jumped from 6.8 through to 14.
Yeah, Councillor, and I think on the next slide I'll go into a little bit more detail of what makes that up.
Thank you.
Yep.
I've got Councillor Waru.
Kia ora I te manukura o tira tātou katoa. Atu I konei a shift ngaria I te mia tira kia tātou. Quick question, Thomas, around the costings, the rates increases, percentages, are those based on what where we currently are and adding to that, or is it year by year? So say for instance the first year goes up overall 40%, the next year is around 6% or something. Is that 6% on top of that 40% increase, or is it sort of you baselined it out? Just trying to understand it better.
Yeah. Kia ora, Councillor. Yes, they will be cumulative. So if we do 14 in year 1, and I say if, as I said, this is the first draft, then all the increases going forward will be cumulative, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Waru. Good question. Unless you have no further questions, we'll go to Councillor Patterson.
Oh, sorry, Madam Chair, I just have one more.
Yeah, go
So
for it.
overall from year 1 to year 10 of the long-term plan, what's the overall increase in rates?
We might just get staff a minute to calculate that. We could confirm that later on if you'd like.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it'll be an iterative calculation, so the team will do that and fire that through to you. Yep, on what this indicative would look like. Yes.
Okay then.
Yep.
Thank you.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just have a question on how we got to this point. You said this is the 5th LTP you've been involved in?
It is, yes.
So looking at the changes that we've undergone from the government side of things and regulations, etc., in the last 6 years, would you say that prior to that, things were less volatile compared to what we are now? Have we been, I guess the question I'm asking is, have we had lots more regulations and lots more interference from central government into the way we operate that is that has impacted on us, but your modelling and the way we approach LTPs has not changed.
I think two aspects to that question, Councillor. I guess my colleague Stavros would say, with regards to the world that he lives, with regards to the living infrastructure, there are more demands coming from central government and costs. I think from JP's perspective into planning and FDSs and all those sorts of elements and proposed RMA reform, there are changes in costs being pushed through to us. Probably more so now than probably what I've experienced in my short career in local government. With regards to the way that we've changed to modelling, there was quite a change with regards to LTP requirements and disclosures probably 3 or 4 long-term plans ago, and what the DIA was noticing, and I think what a lot of people working in the sector were noticing as well, is that council would do a long-term plan, and then the very next year when we did an annual plan, they'd really be doing little mini LTPs and resetting, and then you do it again. And so no one was really forward-looking and thinking strategically around the decisions that they make now and the future implications. And so the DIA did, Department of Internal Affairs, sorry for those that are listening, introduced a set of measures and changed the processes of how we could and would prepare long-term plans to make us more forward-looking, and in particular around our annual plans for year 2 and 3, making sure that if we'd done our job right and there were no significant changes, you didn't actually have to do an annual plan, you could just lift your year 2 of your LTP. And so that was forcing the sector, I guess, and they also introduced the 30-year infrastructure strategy, so you're aware of the challenges that you are ahead of you, so looking further ahead. And so those were intended to make us more forward-looking, and in particular from the governor's perspective, making sure that you had all that information to make informed decisions. So they were some time ago, but with regards to the regulatory, yes, there are definitely more pressures coming in.
Thank you. That I guess reinforces. We had a presentation at the LGNZ Zone 2 meeting last week by a guy called Shamubil Ikub. I hope I've got his name right. He's a well-known economist, and he said there is a problem with the way we operate between them and us, because they look to 3 years and we look to 30 years. So there's always going to be tension between us and them because their goals are different to our goals. And yet, he said, the expectations on us to deliver policies and strategies don't have the funding to do it. So we're caught between a rock and a hard place. Thank you. I just want to make that comment.
Thank you, Councillor Lee.
Thank you. There's a big drop for 2026, Thomas. What do you put that down to, primarily?
2026 is on the next slide. We don't have a lot of the catch-up on that regulatory and that baseline contractual stuff that we're about to talk about. And there's also a much lower inflationary aspect. So lower inflation, lower borrowings to support our capital works program, and also with regards to getting that baseline right and what makes up of that, we're not seeing that sort of stuff coming through, which I'll go through in a second.
Okay, thank you.
So just to understand as well, now, I guess if we start off to the left, and Councillor, I'll get my dark and light blues right this time. Dark blue is rates. So what you can see is these are the historical grouping of our activities that we've got in our long-term plan, and you can see therefore with regards to from each individual activity that is where the cost pressures and responses coming from and the funding. And so if we start at the left, arts and culture, that's historically Performing Arts Centre, a museum, and those sorts of aspects. So the general rate, and as a whole, there's an inflationary component but it is responding to supporting the debt that was used to finalise the Performing Arts Centre in particular, but that's fairly close to the rate of inflation that we've put in. If we come across the district development, that set of activities is funded by both the general rate and the economic development rate. And so what that is responding to is supporting Rotorua and New Zealand with regards to marketing of our destination, with regards to additional investment that you wanted to put into that, and in particular around our regulatory functions and the challenges that we have there. Oh, sorry, that's the next one. So that's that one. Planning and regulatory is animal control, building consent and RMA, and you'll see there that that's quite a bit of cross pressure to respond to those challenges. There are a number of those areas where we've had additional staffing demands, and so we'll go into a little bit more detail on that later as well. Roading and footpath, predominantly general and rate, picked up with regards to an inflationary adjustment, but also increases in levels of services and demands. Sewerage and sewage, over the last few years has historically been the highest, so you see there that targeted rate is responding to predominantly completion of Rotoiti Rotomā, Tarawera sewage schemes, the wastewater treatment plant upgrade, as well as contractual inflation with regards to the provider that we have there. Sport and recreation, general rate. Stormwater, we all know that we're currently significantly investing into stormwater and will continue to do so to help drive growth into our district. Waste management is funded proportionally a little bit from general rate and targeted rate, so that's predominantly a response to one element of it with regards to, I think, climate action plans and those sorts of elements that you're wanting, and in addition to that, response to some contractual pressures with regards to the collection and the landfilling. And then you've got water supplies, which is also a targeted rate. So you'll see there that while we talk in general numbers around a higher level of inflation, when you get down to each of the individual activities, and there's also another set of granularity underneath this of how we build up our budgets, each of our areas has different challenges and pressures, and we're trying to respond accordingly. So before I go off the slide, are there any questions?
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just clarification, you've got sport, recreation and environment. So what does environment mean?
Yeah, that's unfortunately the older heading that we've used. So I can feel Una looking at me and going, "Why did you use these old headings?" And that was because our model that we use still has those headings in, because we haven't had time to flush through the new headings. And so just for simplicity, we've used the older headings.
You're saying environment as in the structures and parks and
Yes.
trees,
Yep.
but
The
not
natural
necessarily
environment.
the natural environment like rivers, streams, storm.
The natural environment we're responsible for, as you said, parks and reserves and those sorts of elements, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So that's active and engaged communities now?
Yes, that's
Yes.
Yep.
Just for councillors' clarity. Were there any further questions on this?
So year one, and there is some stuff here that you'll probably want to poke and prod. So of that 14-ish that we're indicating, this is predominantly how it's made up of. So if we come to the left, inflation with regards to that table that we showed you across our activities, and what the impact of that is. So that contributes about 3.9% overall. The next largest portion is interest rates. So within the current year, but also the first year of our proposed LTP, there is significant investment into infrastructure, and so that there is a reflection of the additional borrowings, but also the repricing of our existing borrowings as interest rates will, I say, continue to rise. They have sort of plateaued for us, but as some of our older debt at cheaper rates reprices to the current rates, we will get additional cost coming through from that. The next one is depreciation, and so you'll say, well, why are we funding that? So if we come back to that very first slide, and at the bottom of one of those priorities, I had balanced budget. And so a balanced budget needs to ensure that we're actually funding our organisation appropriately, and so in doing so, we fund our operational expenditure from operational revenues. And we are funding depreciation, because by funding depreciation, we are funding the renewal of our infrastructure. And so we've talked previously about the significant asset revaluations we're experiencing. As those assets are revalued to reflect the new cost of replacing them, it means that as we are replacing our existing infrastructure through our renewal program, the cost of doing that work is more expensive, and we need to fund that from our operational revenues, and we do that by funding depreciation. So by funding that 2% more, we're generating more cash flow to fund the renewal of our infrastructure, which means we're not borrowing to look after our existing infrastructure. The next one is contract cost escalation. So there's a little bit of a catch-up around the contracts for this year, where we know that the CPI allowance that we made in our budget for this year has been a little bit too low, and as well as we've modelled out what next year's likely contract escalation would be. And so that's across, I guess, our wastewater contracts, our waste management contracts, and a little bit with regards to parking, and I'm not too sure whether our aquatic centre has been included in there as either, because we are in a position where we have to have a discussion and a renewal of that contract. But that's the four main activities that contribute to that contract cost escalation. The next one is, and this is a new rate, so I guess we've accidentally included a new rate into the baseline. So we have on your direction around understanding what rating our Airbnbs would look like. We have gone through the process of identifying now about 700 properties that met that criteria that you informally agreed with, around the 60 days and a whole house used. And we have been able to match the majority of those against a valuation number, and been able to calculate what the likely rates impact would be. And so we have included that's about $750,000, and of that, that's helping fund and contribute predominantly towards Rotorua NZ with regards to funding the marketing campaign and a few other bits and pieces, and a little bit as well will go into the sewerage activity. So that's, I guess, a new revenue stream. Other, it's a little bit of a tidy up. So, you know, there's 2 new animal control officers with regards to our existing services. There was a $500,000 efficiency saving that was put into this year's annual plan that we took out. You can obviously reconsider whether that goes back in or not, but we have removed it from the baseline for now. It just sat as a line item. And there's a combination of other things where we look across the organisation and we understand where we've had to take on more staff to respond to regulatory pressures or legal pressures and those sorts of things to tidy up, and we can give you more detail on what that looks like. We are proposing to increase our building maintenance. We have had some pressure, in particular from our rural community and our community halls, and so we are wanting to respond to making sure that many of our community buildings are fit for purpose. Part of that is the new aquatic centre as well, which will be completed, and as well as making sure that we're adequately funding the maintenance of the Performing Arts Centre and also the Energy Event Centre going forward. So we've noticed we are under a bit of pressure in that area, and as we have 2 new facilities coming back online, that we're actually funding the maintenance of them adequately going forward. And then there's an increase in infrastructure OPEX. So some of that, well, actually most of that is actually responding to regulatory pressures and consenting. I think the example I gave before was, the detention dams and making sure that we have adequate mechanisms in place. So there's a whole list of responses that Stavros's team have to do to ensure that we stay compliant with regulators and consenting that make up that. And then community safety, we've put there with regards to the decision that you recently made with regards to supporting our community safety initiatives for our community. To make sure that the funding matches the previous decisions that were made. And so that overall makes up that 14%. Happy to spend a bit of time and answer any questions that you have on here.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. The Airbnb rate, when this all adds together, is that the 14%?
Yep.
So why is that included for everybody? Because that'd only be going to the people who...
No,
the
correct.
700 homes.
Yeah, so not everyone will, face that. So if I come back to this increase and how it's distributed based on what your property is, what services that you get, etc., that is how the rates will fall. What we are talking about at this level is of the total increase, this is what it's made up of. Not everyone will get this, correct?
Right.
Yep.
And then just the column that has inflation and then contract cost escalation. Aren't they both the same thing? One leads to the other?
So what we do is across our operational budgets, there's some things that are under contract and we calculate that inflationary increase based on each contract will have a clause that requires us with certain inputs to calculate. So that's the contract cost escalation is based on estimates of those calculations. The inflation of 3.9 is based on that table and the significant assumptions for all our other operating expenditure where those inflation adjustments are calculated and added.
So those contracts that you have...
That we have, yes.
With, I guess you'd say, suppliers, are they negotiable? So
to clarify, we're talking about the Trilogy agreement for our whole wastewater service delivery. Smart Environmental, that does our curbside collection and waste management with regards to the disposal of the refuse and the transfer station. Those three make up the bulk of that. And so they are obviously substantial contracts that are tied to significant levels of service to our community.
Right, but so are they negotiable?
I guess any contract is negotiable with a cost, Councillor. Yep.
Right, thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The depreciation, have we fully funded that in the past? I'm just curious why we've got increased building maintenance now. Wouldn't depreciation cover that?
So building maintenance can take place into two forms. One is, I guess, we have reactive maintenance budgets and then we also have proactive maintenance budgets. And so proactive maintenance is, I guess, our renewal budget where we are proactive in planning the renewal and the replacement of our infrastructure and components of our buildings, whereas our reactive is what you're seeing is responding to the current day challenges of burst pipes or roofs or those sorts of kind of elements. So there are those two perspectives. Depreciation funding is every long-term plan. I guess the challenges that councils have with funding depreciation is obviously always the pressure of rates on our community and trying to compress rates increases going forward. And across the sector, I guess one of the easy ones for councils as a whole to reduce when you have that pressure is funding depreciation, because it's a line that accountants have and you can't really tangibly touch it other than the renewal program. So that's usually one of the ones that faces the pressure as well. And so every year we we try to fund as much of our new depreciation as what we get, because while we model in the 10 years what we expect asset revaluations to be and the flow-on effect of depreciation into our renewals, what we have learned, and in particular over the last 2 years, no one has been able to estimate what's actually happened with our asset renewals and where depreciation has therefore gone. And so when it comes time for the long-term plan, we always get from our infrastructure strategy our new revised renewal program that reflects the current new value of doing that, and we have to fund that through depreciation. And there's always a delta in year one, unless you've been very vigilant in all the previous years coming up to make sure that you maintain that. And we do historically spend the first 3 years of the new plan building in the funding of playing that catch-up of that new depreciation. So this is not a new challenge for us. It is a challenge that we've had in pretty much every LTP that I've done. However, the size of it is of the size of the asset revaluations that we've had over the last few years, the flow-on effect into our depreciation, but also the flow-on effect of the cost of doing our renewals and our levels of service and upgrades has been substantial and is challenging. I hope I answered your question there, Councillor.
I think you did, yeah. I think I understood it.
Yep.
Councillor Kaifong.
Thank you, Chair. Just, Thomas, just because I think an explanation for the public, because they'll see that and they'll think because we've introduced a new Airbnb rate, and I go back to Councillor Patterson's question, but it looks like to the general public that they're actually paying more because we've introduced an Airbnb rate, whereas the purpose of the Airbnb rate was to drive revenue to provide a rates decrease, but so just maybe an explanation for the public.
Correct, Councillor. So only those properties, residential properties being used wholly for the purpose of short-term accommodation that we've identified will face that rate change, and that rate change is they'll be moved from being rated as a residential property to predominantly a commercial property, and they will pick up new rates such as the business and economic development rate. So no, those households that are not participating in that won't get that new charge. I think it's very important to notice how we haven't modelled how this lands, because this is obviously the first draft that you've seen, and so as it's been refined and we get closer to that end point, we will model how these rates increases land with regards to our ratepayers. It's safe to say though, looking at this, you can kind of already anticipate how it will fall. So as a whole, when you are seeing increases of 15 to 20% to targeted rates that provide infrastructure like sewage and water, there will be a concentration of the rates increase that falls therefore on the urban areas that are connected to those services. So obviously rural ratepayers that aren't connected to those services won't face those costs. And so general rate increases will fall will be distributed across our district, but as we come back to here and say a large proportion of the proposed increase in indicative cost pressure is falling in the infrastructure space, which is predominantly the urban area, that's where a lot of the cost and therefore the rate increase will fall. Anything further on this? Or? Do you want me to carry on to the infrastructure strategy or take a break?
We might just take it, before we go into the next section of this, we might just take our morning tea break now, and we'll take 20 minutes. If we could please return at 5 past 11. Yeah, thank you. We are now at our infrastructure strategy section of this workshop, so we'll hand back over to Thomas.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just have to bear with me a little bit as we go through this, councillors. There is a lot of information, and while I have a reasonably good memory, I may not be able to remember all the detail that's underneath this. So if I can't answer specific questions, the team will just feed me the information, and we might just have to come back to that a little bit later. But the infrastructure strategy, as we've talked about before, is something that we do every 3 years. It was introduced to make sure that councils understood the long-term implications of their networks and conditions and had quite a long-term view with regards to looking after the infrastructure base. And so by going out 30 years, we go obviously beyond the 10-year window of the LTP. So we do pick up the first 10 years of the infrastructure strategy, but the infrastructure strategy itself has a lot more information, in particular around some significant infrastructural renewals and investment that will be needed out into the future. And when we put our long-term plan together for adoption at the end of this process, the infrastructure strategy is one of the significant components of our long-term plan itself. But as I said, we pick up the first 10 years of the infrastructure strategy, and that's what the basis of our modelling is. Now, you're going to see a couple of different slides with regards to work that comes out of our infrastructure strategy, and the infrastructure strategy is just roading, wastewater, water and stormwater. And then when we talk about our overall capital program, most of the infrastructure strategy stuff that we're talking about is going into that priority one, but we take that and we also add in all our other infrastructure, such as our community amenities, parks, and our buildings and those sorts of elements, and that picks up our total capital works program. And so the infrastructure strategy by far is the largest component of that, but is not all of it. So the infrastructure strategy itself, as you can see with regards to the investment, is across those 4 activities. In the first box, you can see the investment that we were projecting to spend in the first 10 years of our current infrastructure strategy, which we're now year 3 in. 160 million of sewerage, 124 million of roading, water and stormwater and water supplies, and then you'll see what the new strategy has picked up. And so you can therefore see a bit of an inflationary impact in some of those amounts, but in particular around the growth of that investment in the infrastructure strategy is predominantly in stormwater and water supplies. Stormwater is responding to growth, and in particular around our investment with the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund. So it is, a good portion of that is funded from central government, and water supplies with regards to making sure that they're compliant and aspects and responding to growth as well. Whereas sewerage has remained pretty consistent from a value, still, forward-looking renewal of our existing infrastructure, responding to growth, but wastewater treatment plant upgrade, finishing off Rotorua, last bit of that, and Tarawera are the predominant items that fall within that. And as you can see as well, roading has a significant investment across the 10 years as well, and a slight change in the value of that investment into the proposed new infrastructure strategy going forward. Any questions on this element?
Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Thomas. Can I take it the 75 million in stormwater through to 166 million in stormwater, is that a response also to the concerns of climate change?
If I was to channel my colleague, everything stormwater and what him and his team invest in is a response to climate change. So there is always an element of that. That stormwater investment is, and you can see it taking place now, is building detention dams. It's with regards to the IF and cruising, improving capacity of our pipes and those sorts of elements. So obviously the water can be stored in attenuation ponds longer and not flow out to the lake and disrupt communities longer, but also improve the flow of stormwater through our urban area.
Thank you.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. So is this all on the ratepayer, or does that include IAF funding?
This will include a mix, so there is a portion of IAF, and we'll show you a little bit further around the amount of again, with regards to the distribution curve, the challenge that we do have is a lot of that is front-loaded towards the front end of the plan, and so with that, obviously, in particular around level of service and predominantly the growth, with the exception of the IF, it is supported by debt, so therefore council's debt would increase reflective of funding this program.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you. Sorry, Thomas, so you mentioned the Tarawera Reticulation Scheme. I missed your reference to that. Could you just repeat that for me, please?
Yep, so the budgets within, I think, 2026 and 2027, 2025 and 2026, would reflect the completion of stage 2 of Tarawera, subject to obviously a future council decision. So that would be the connection of the individual properties to the network pipe that's currently being put in place.
So how much of that would cost council as opposed to the residents?
So we've modelled based on the historical decision that was made around the funding allocations. So Rotorua is the same, but when it comes time to set the rates, I guess this is where it gets a little bit, and this was a question that Councillor Barker asked me during the break. The question was, when will we make a decision on setting of the Rotorua rate? And so the Tarawera one is exactly the same. When we build a new scheme such as this, so Rotorua and Tarawera, we have to prepare a capital funding plan. And the capital funding plan outlines obviously who benefits, why we're doing it, but the cost of that scheme and how those costs are allocated. And once that is done and you make a decision on that, the rate is set accordingly. So that's the mechanism that you have in place to decide how much of that scheme is recovered directly from that ratepayers versus how much sits with the General Council and the wider ratepayer base. So you will need to make a decision on Rotorua coming up into this LTP, because nearly all the properties are now connected to that scheme. The costs are pretty much will be finalised by the end of June, and you'll need to make a decision based on that rate. And it is likely at nearer the completion of Rotorua, we will do an indicative rate impact in our LTP, and we've already consulted on the community with the scheme and the cost, but when it comes time to actually set that rate, likely in 2026, we will update their capital funding plan, and the council of the day will make a decision to actually set that rate for that community, and in doing so, we'll make a decision on how that cost is distributed, Rotorua residents versus subsidy from council in general. But we have modelled it based on previous decisions.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Worship. Like Councillor O'Brien here, I'm just a boy from Rotorua, so I'm not quite reading this properly, I think. So in this graph, it shows that 2027 is the spike, and yet when we go back to the initial infrastructure rates, or should I say initial rates modelling, and then you look at the sewerage and sewage, stormwater and water supplies, which are quite significant parts of that first year rate increase, and yet looking at this, the first year is much lower than 2027. So the two, I'm just a little confused as to why 2027 is higher, and yet back it's way lower.
So when you look at this graph, so level of service and growth generally drive our borrowings. We don't borrow to fund our renewals. And so the difference there between year one of 2025 and 2027 is a $50 million investment in growth versus a $19 million investment in growth. That's the difference. The key difference there is that the majority of that is funded externally through the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund, so it doesn't actually land on our borrowings, which is why you're not seeing at that high level modelling the impact of that on the rates, because it's externally funded. Cool.
Thank you.
Question on that. How much of the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund is confirmed, signed, contracted, certainty that we will receive the funding?
It is certain, unless the government wishes to cancel contracts with a large number of councils around New Zealand.
Thank you. So they are contractual agreements at this stage?
Yes.
Okay,
and
that provides reassurance to me. Thank you.
Yep. So, and the team are constantly in discussion with them with regards to the work and how we're progressing and all the rest, and there's been no indication from them that this is subject to change.
That's very good news. Councillor Lee.
Thank you. So just back to the Tarawera reticulation scheme, does that fall under renewals growth or what?
Level of service.
Level of service. Yep. Okay, thank you.
So I guess to give you a little bit of more granularity. So just first of all, what we're currently working on and intending to do is the capital works program is incredibly comprehensive, and in particular around where the spend lands in 10 years, what the projects are. We're working on providing you with an information pack to give you a lot more granular information for you to digest coming up into the next workshops. It's just from this workshop environment, it's very difficult to dive into the detail. However, what is important, as you've done before, if there are things that you sit there and you want to talk about and ask questions, by all means we can go into a bit of a deep dive on that, because it's important for us to understand where your views are on some of these aspects with regards to picking that up and maybe making changes to the modelling. So from the infrastructure strategy component, you can see there that we've just done it highest to lowest. Stormwater growth projects, in particular infrastructure acceleration fund, is by far the largest. Subsidised transport renewals is the next one. So that's, looking after our existing roading network. 57% funded by Waka Kotahi with regards to the subsidy from that one. The wastewater treatment plant upgrade, and also looking at the land disposal and working with mana whenua and in that space with regards to where that land disposal option lands. Wastewater network renewals, so looking after our existing sewerage network. Next one is looking after our existing water supply network. A further $30 million investment across 10 years, and this is all uninflated numbers, sorry. If I say it's inflated, I'll say, otherwise assume that when we dive into the detail of our projects and capital works programs, we're talking about uninflated numbers, because it's just easier from that perspective. Stormwater renewals, so additional $3 million a year across the 10 years with regards to looking after our existing stormwater network. Subsidised transport enhancements, so a good portion of that is upgrades or introduction of cycleways and those sorts of elements, which is heavy subsidy from Waka Kotahi. Stormwater expansion, so that's growth, so that's responding to our district is growing and we have to improve or introduce new stormwater networks to provide for that growth. And then water supply growth. Water supply enhancement is around regulatory changes, quality, improvements to storage, treatment and those sorts of aspects, predominantly from regulatory or consenting requirements. Rotorua sewage scheme enhancements, which I can't quite remember what that one is specifically. There is a proposal in there to connect Rotorua to the sewage scheme. And the next one is unsubsidised transport with regards to expansion of the network in an unsubsidised way. So that in the infrastructure strategy, is the bulk of the spend, with the majority of that making it into priority one, with the exception, I think, of we excluded the unsubsidised transport expansion because the rest of it is regulatory or supported by external funding, and so that will sit in your priority two with regards to a decision as to whether you wish to include unsubsidised transport in it or not. So with that, any questions on this slide?
The Rotorua sewage scheme, was that as a result of the Lakes Community Board request?
The team have been wanting to connect Rotorua for quite some time, but there has never been additional funding to support it. I think the recent developments with regards to lake levels and on that community, there is probably a need to connect that scheme. It's quite a substantial cost, and so we'd have to work through how that cost is recovered, and in particular as to whether there's any contributions from other parties to help bring that cost down.
Thank you. I would strongly recommend that that needs to have other funding, considering the population size that is there. Priority-wise, it will be quite difficult for us to spend that amount of money. Do appreciate, though, with lake levels rising, had we had that in the past, there would be a much better situation there, but I would just suggest, considering that further. And then my other question, I do note there are other councillors wanting to ask questions, is for the Rotorua scheme. Unfortunately, the previous Minister for Environment made a very poor decision to reverse a support of $10 million. It was absolutely astounding that he did that, but has that been factored into the modelling as well? That's quite a substantial increase to the cost of that scheme that would fall on general ratepayers at this stage if we needed to fund that gap. Yep, but I'm just not sure that I can see it in this.
Yeah, so this is just the gross cost. So from the modelling perspective, as I think I understand we've modelled the change through the trust deed with regards to the reallocation that they were working on with the Te Arawa Lakes Trust and the Regional Council, and I think from a net perspective within the plan we've modelled that. Bearing in mind, as we were, I was talking to one of the councillors over the break, the need to set the rate to recover the capital cost of Rotoiti Rotorua in year one of the LTP. So we will look to finalise the capital funding plan, which will show all those external funding agreements and arrangements showing the net cost with a recommendation of how to recover that for a future council decision.
Thank you, and I do note that we had looked at putting that, or getting the funds from that through the Lakes Enhancement Rate, which will go out to the consultation document.
Yep.
And I will continue to work with whoever the new Minister for Environment is to get that poor decision reversed. Sorry, we have questions from Councillor Lee.
Thank you. Tarawera scheme, $13 million, is that stage one or stage two? Is that the cost that it's going to cost the council as opposed to the residents?
That's the portion of the costs that we've modelled out into the plan, remembering that that work is currently underway with regards to stage one and is in this year's budget, so that's just reflecting the cost to complete going forward. And so at the end of year one of the LTP, you'll need to make a decision around setting the rate based on the actual costs incurred and setting that rate going forward.
So that's for both stage one and stage two?
Yeah, we will only be able to set the capital rate for the recovery of that scheme at the completion of the scheme, because it's not appropriate to set a rate to recover costs that haven't been incurred. So yes, at the completion of the scheme, which will be stage two. My understanding of stage one is that it's predominantly funded from externals. There is a portion of council, whereas stage two is the cost that relates to the connection of on the private properties. So stage one is the main trunk line that's going in the roadways. Stage two is the connection of those private properties onto that network. Hopefully that answers your...
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. We have Councillor Barker, followed by Waru, Brown, and then Patterson.
Thank you, Worship. Just can you give us an example, Thomas, of what unsubsidised transport expansion is, what some of the things that might be in there?
Certainly, Councillor. That would be the Rural Road Seal Program. Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Waru.
Kia ora, te manukura, thank you. Just for more point of clarification, really. Did you say all those costs were gross, Thomas?
Correct, these are gross uninflated. Yep.
Gross uninflated, okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we consider how we support Tarawera residents in paying off potentially their contribution to the system in this process?
We have modelled based on the previous LTP decision where we were looking to recover the cost back across a 10-year capital rate, which was a bit of a move from asking them all to do a lump sum up front. So we have modelled that 10 years in here. If at the time of setting the rate you want to do something different, you would consult through either the annual plan or so forth, and we'd update our capital funding plan to reflect how you want to recover. So if you want to lengthen or shorten it, and then at the time of setting that rate will be based on your decisions. So what we are saying is that, as I said, we at the start of the schemes when we consult, we give indicative estimates and how those costs will be recovered through the capital rates, and then at the end of it we do a wash up with regards to the actual costs incurred, and then we set the rate based on that. We don't set the rate until it's been completed.
I was most interested around the time period, so 10 years is the current thinking.
Yep.
But that's open to change.
Yes.
Essentially.
Yep.
Thank you.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Worship. Just looking at the water supply expansion, I recall Modia has been mentioned as to needing reticulation. Is that included in that 22 million?
I'm not too sure on that one, Councillor. I'll have to get that detail for you of what makes that one up.
Thank you.
Were there any further questions? Thomas, just to check, would you like feedback on any of these items at this stage?
Yeah, if there's something that you want to explore more or ask around the timing or how we're funding or whether you believe it's a priority 1 or a priority 2, that would be good feedback for us. I guess for us of this, what we've indicated is that from a priority 1, all but 7 million is what we believe based on your current priorities and regulatory challenges we should do. However, things like Rotorua and with regards to seeking subsidies and the timing, we can move things out if possible, and we can model external revenues and then seek to work with government ministers and other parties to fund. So as you said, Your Worship, Rotorua is important, but probably the cost and particularly how much of that cost would be borne by those ratepayers would likely need subsidy. So we would look to, based on their feedback, see how it sits and model appropriately. Yep.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. This might be a Stavros question. How much of the stormwater detention dams is funded by outside sources versus ratepayers? And could any of that be stretched out further to lessen the impact on the next 12 months, 24 months?
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. I think as you discussed earlier, I think I made a presentation to elected members earlier in the year, a couple of months ago, of the remaining attenuation dams, especially in the western and central areas. $85 million are funded for the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund. And of course, what the agreement stipulates is that the Council will make a contribution to that. So there is no agreement that the IEF will fund exclusively one component of it. For example, they are contributing 50% of the feasibility, 50% of the design processes, but they're funding the capital construction work programs. So we really need to make a ratepayer contribution to the design and feasibility, and the construction funded through the agreed program for the IEF. But the vast majority of that is through the IEF.
Thank you. Just so, were there any time frame constraints on us to have all of the dams that have been supported by the IAF completed by?
Yes. The funding program is for 7 years, and it needs to be completed by 2028, I believe. Yeah.
2028. Yeah. And we've got Linton Park, Moray Street. What's next?
Oh, you still got, the conveyance system down in Utuhina, or you've got, Kotu area, where you recently approved development, in that particular area. We've got a central area that needs to be, is not necessarily going to be attenuation dams, it's going to be conveyance, increasing pumpings and piping pipelines. So all these works are in the process at the moment with the aim of complying with the IEF agreement to execute all these programs of $85 million within a 7-year construction term.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I just asked a question of Thomas then, just to clarify that for the next workshop, further and detailed information can and will be provided for these items. So there is an opportunity to provide further feedback before the next workshop, before we confirm what goes to the consultation document as well. Were there any further questions? Councillor Lee.
Thank you. Just responding to Thomas as to what items might warrant closer scrutiny. Obviously, I've asked a few questions about the Tarawera reticulation scheme. I'm aware the community have started a petition out there. I'll be interested and open-minded to see what they suggest and recommend. But exploring what options might be available for any kind of deferment in there would be of interest to me.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you. I just noticed that there's no mention here in this 10-year investment drivers of the waste management side of things as we progress to FOGO and that sort of thing. Is that part of these costs somewhere?
Correct. That's not in the infrastructure strategy, which was just those 4 activities that we talked about.
Okay.
FOGO itself will be a separate decision, but with regards to capital investment into our capped landfill and so forth, we're not planning on doing any. But with regards to the FOGO procurement and what may fall out of that, that's a future decision. But we're not planning on doing any capital investment ourselves.
Okay, thank you. And secondly, you mentioned the unsubsidised transport expansion has been put into priority 2, shall we call it, along with other urban and rural street improvements as well. So there's quite a bit of investment in rural roading and streets that has been bumped into priority 2.
Yes, correct. So the transport team has recently met with Waka Kotahi and are talking about their program going forward and what's subsidised and what isn't. The challenge that we have is that the rural community has expectations with regards to removing gravel roads and sealing them, and we're getting Waka Kotahi coming in and saying, well, we're not subsidising that. And from their perspective, if we were to put those funds into subsidised programs, they're quite happy to subsidise, and they believe we would get better outcomes. And I think that's the balance between yourselves that you have to make around Waka Kotahi saying this could be used for other things and you could leverage your funding and get subsidy, versus they will not support this because they don't believe that it is cost effective going forward. So that's the challenge, unfortunately, that you have, because we all know how passionate the rural community is, and so that's how we've modelled it for now.
Understood. Thank you.
Councillor Kaifong.
Thomas, then just on those transport renewals, so because they're subsidised, we've put them in because what do we get, 25%, or what's the percentage we get from
About 57%.
57%, and then is it Waka Kotahi that decides then what then needs to be done? So we're driven by doing these renewals or the expansion based on their...
We work together, we prepare a program of work that they approve. So within that program of work has had discussion but hasn't been approved yet. And so you can have a look at the detail of that and what is included, because while it is 57% subsidised, obviously the other 43% does fall on the community.
So is this an area that potentially could be pushed out or delayed depending on whatever is in that program? Because obviously we don't have that detail.
Yeah, I think rather than me picking on an individual program, anything level of service, I guess, has a component of borrowings attached to it, because that's how we predominantly fund it. And so we will provide you with that detail, and you can ask us the question of across the board on our proposed level of service investment as to the timing or whether we should or we shouldn't do that. So the roading level of service, you can also have a look at the sewerage level of service and all our levels of services across our organisation.
Were there any further questions? No.
So then we have the non-infrastructure strategy investment. Now, I will point out that the scale on the left-hand side of this, while there's a little bit of a skyscraper as well in the first 3 years, the scale goes up to about 50 million, whereas the scale here goes to 100 million. So just bear in mind the size and the scale. And so again, renewals with regards to the forward spend around looking after our predominantly open spaces, community amenities, as well as our corporate assets, and a level of service investment into those. The majority of that level of service investment in those first few years is tied to the museum, which is obviously tied to a separate decision around the tender and a recommendation going forward, but we have modelled where the discussion ended with council a few months ago. with regards to the external funding available, the planned budget, and how that was to be funded. And so what is that made up of? Is effectively the majority of these projects. So the biggest one is the Rotorua Museum. The next one, biggest one, is the parks structures renewals. So that includes all parks and reserves, boat ramps, playgrounds, all those sorts of elements across the district. Civic centre renewals. We've got a number of elevators and a few elements to look after with regards to this facility. And then enhancements into our digital customer experience. So we're talking about leveraging the work that we've done in One Council with regards to our interactions with our community more into that digital space, being able to log in, do business online. So it's that continuation of that investment into that space. The energy event centres, so a little bit of focus on renewing the kitchen as well as other aspects of that facility. And then reserve enhancements. A big portion of that is Waikawa Bay or Hannah's Bay with regards to our discussions with, I think we have an agreement with some parties in mana whenua there that we need to work through. There is obviously a placeholding amount there which you can talk about and look at and have a haggle over, but there is obviously a proposal that's sitting there. Pensioner housing renewal, so we're modelling the previous decision around $1 million, and then across 2 years, and then 600,000 of renewals. If there is a future decision around exiting our place of pensioner flats and getting a trust and a provider to pick up that service, then obviously that renewal line would disappear, and the borrowings to support that would also no longer be required. IT renewals, so this is all our IT infrastructure. One of the issues that we're looking at going forward is a little bit more improving our cyber security, but also business continuity. We're a little unsure with regards to our business continuity facilities around our offsite that's shared with the DHBs as to how tenable that'll be going forward with regards to the whata ora realignments and all the things that they're doing there. So we have programmed something into the future to consider that. Library renewals, some elevators, a roof, soft furnishings, which are now 10 years old, and elements there, so we can provide you the detail on that. Fleet purchases, so that's to replace both the core council fleet, but we've also done as programmed into the first few years some fleet replacements for Infracore with appropriate recharging. So what we've said is that with regards to managing the fleet replacements, we will pick those up and we will charge you a lease amount rather than them managing the fleet replacements. And so that's just to leverage council's balance sheet and cash flow while they pay an appropriate lease charge back to us. So that's about 800,000 of that 4 million. So that's to ensure that they are replacing their fleet accordingly. Public toilet renewals, again, probably not enough to maintain and renew our public toilets across our district. It's one of those challenges that we have. The tea rooms in a historic house, so the majority of that actually relates to the Arts Centre with regards to work that needs to be undertaken around piling and a couple of other aspects of maintaining that heritage building. CCTV enhancements, building renewals across all our other buildings and facilities. Active recreation, which we're tying to, I think, one of those ones where we've talked about, there's been some discussion before around debt funding that, and so we are looking at recovering that through a targeted rate directly through the economic development rate, so recognising that supports quite a lot of economic activity with regards to mountain biking in the forest, and then trying to tie that cost back to direct beneficiaries with regards to tourism and accommodation providers. And then the chapel with regards to Sala Street. And so we're showing again the gross cost, but again working with partners to co-fund that going forward. And then there's about another $14 million of miscellaneous projects across the 10 years. So happy to answer any questions on this slide.
Councillor Brown.
In the annual plan, we talked about, thank you, Madam Chair, the chapel being a $1 million renovation and now it's 2.5. Can you expand on that?
1 million was in it, 1.25 was going to be our contribution of the total 2.5. So it was always 50-50 funded.
So potentially there's 1.5 or 1.25
Yep.
to come back. So a second question, the blue bars are in here somewhere. Where are we thinking with that?
We've made no allowance on that. My understanding is that we're working with a third party around considerations of forming a trust to look after and redevelop that site at no cost to council, and so that's where the discussions are heading with regards to putting a proposal together potentially for you to consider. So we've made no allowance for earthquake strengthening of that building.
Sure. And one other, if I may. I think I heard you say public toilets, 4 million is not enough. Did I?
Yep.
What is enough? Because poor public toilets reflect badly on our city. What is the need there?
Substantially more. I think we're in a position at the moment where a lot of our public toilets are historically built in the 60s, 70s and 80s, and while the team have been replacing them with more modern and locations, there are still a large number of the older ones, and so it would probably take a significant more investment to get them all to the standard that we need. One of the decisions that you could make is also rationalising them as well, with regards to, while we may have one there historically, maybe the community amenity around it has changed, and do we actually need to do that and potentially close it? And so those are some of the things that you'll have to consider going forward.
So can you give me a number that would bring them up to standard?
Not off the top of my head, sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Chapel Sala Street, have we given any consideration to partnering with an outside provider? For example, I know there's an Australian business that has bought up at least 11 funeral facilities like that across the country in a 50-50 share with the local council. Have we given any thought as to doing something like that?
Yep, that's exactly what the team are currently working on. So while we've allowed for a gross cost of $2.5 million, we do working with partnering with a private sector around a 50% contribution, and that they would be running that facility for us. Yep.
Right. Okay. And the other one was, where's the skate park in this?
We haven't put the skate park into priority 1. We've put that into priority 2.
Right. And final one, I don't see the big chunk of cash that was at the end of the graph that I saw in July that was allocated to what was the Westbrook Sport and Recreation Precinct. Is that still out to year 9 and 10?
No, Councillor, as we said, we're working on the new PARS strategy, and the PARS strategy is understanding what future demand is for our sports fields, and that is for you to consider into priority 2.
Yeah. Right, thank you.
Councillor Kaifong.
Thank you, Chair. Thomas, I'm just wondering for the public too, and it goes back to the question just raised around the chapel and also for the museum, to show that our contribution is actually not all of these figures, so that we show total cost, but also what the council contribution is, because effectively for the museum we have a decision which says no more than 15 million or 15.5 into that project, whereas when someone reads that they may consider, although the total cost of the project may be 72, that we are funding 72, but we're not.
No, correct. We're just, unfortunately on this slide, we're just showing the total gross cost, not the net. But as you say, with regards to the museum, the way we've modelled is council has only agreed to put 15 million in, and we've modelled it on that basis.
Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Thomas. Just a couple on here. The Energy Event Centre renewals, 13 million, will that affect any of, for all this work to be done, will that affect any of the sports programs that are, you know, they have them set out 2 years in advance and things like that?
Shouldn't do. We do plan any significant work on that facility around the quiet periods or making sure that there's no bookings that are impacted.
Okay, and the other one, pension housing renewals, regardless of whether we get an outside entity or not, that will still be work that we want to do to bring up to a standard that we think is acceptable.
If you do make a decision going forward to transfer the housing stock and the service delivery to a community trust, as an example, then no, we wouldn't incur that cost. That would be a cost that would be picked up by that provider. So yeah, the borrowings attached to that wouldn't be incurred by us.
But we will have some funds in there to do it regardless.
No, we wouldn't need to do that because the third-party provider would do it all. Yep.
Well, I think the point I'm getting to is that we've got some empty ones there that we haven't spent money on. That shouldn't we be spending some money on to bring the stock up into a better position?
Yeah, so based on the decision that you made, I think last month, we're engaged with our two of our preferred building suppliers with regards to how much of the work that they can pick up. And WSP has also reached out. They undertake renewal work for Kaingaroa on their properties, and so any work that can't be picked up by the two preferred suppliers, we would look to allocate again to WSP within the budget that you approved and allocated the other day.
Thank you.
On that one, that is still pending a decision of this council. However, as we can see, that will be not only a significant cost saving for us now, but also better outcomes if we could partner with a community housing provider, subject to community consultation. Does that require like a star and, I don't know, further information when it does go into the community consultation document? Because that is quite a, like, I don't want to confuse the community by saying $6 million needs to go on a pension housing renewals when potentially that could be picked up by.
That'll be the separate that consultation on that specific item. Yep.
Oh, okay. So it'll all be in one. Thank you.
And within this, and we'll give you the breakdown of some of this as well. There is more than likely some items in here that while we've put in priority one, and the timing, I'm sure you'll give some feedback on, and when you consider this in light of the global picture, there may be some items in here that you may wish to move and challenge as well. So just bearing in mind, this is obviously the first cut.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Thank you. The CCTV enhancements is $4 million. It's a big number. Is that a luxury? Is that do other councils spend that sort of money on CCTV?
I'm not too sure what other councils do, but that's reflective of the decisions that this council made with regards to it being a priority. So that is not only expanding the CCTV network, but also enhancing it as well with regards to turning AI on and a couple of other bits and pieces, and then looking after the existing network as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Madam Chair, the skate park, can we get an update as to where that particular community is at with external funding at some point in time, so we can make a decision on how that sits?
Yep, we can ask Rob to give an update at one of the next committee meetings on the progress of the group that was forming the trust and how they were going. I think we'll put an action point there, yep.
Were there any further questions? Thomas, all of these, just to clarify, will further increase the rates from the baseline of 14%. Was that correct?
This actually is included.
Oh, okay.
So, yep. So
I think regardless, and although there are a lot of items in here that will mean a lot to the community, I think as prudent decision makers, we do also need to make sure that we have investigated every and all option to reduce the cost, whether that's working in partnership with others, seeking external or commercial funding, or looking at these and thinking, well, do we want it to be the minimum upgrades or, 5-star luxury items? I just say that because I'm very mindful for the affordability of the community, that although this is a wish list that for some has been some time in the making, we are not in a financial position as a council or as a community to potentially pay for it. So I just want to signal that while we will go out for community consultation, that would certainly be my expectation, that we're finding a way to make this as affordable as possible. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Worship. And just carrying on from what you're just saying, it just occurred to me that this says 10-year infrastructure drivers. So I guess what we're concerned about is how things are going to be impacting in the next 2 years for the immediate future. So I'm just wondering, while that looks pretty significant for 10 years, what would be the impacts for year 1 and year 2?
Yep. So that's how it falls. And I guess if I skip ahead and say, so Thomas, how does this all come together? So it all comes together for a proposed capital works program of $789 million. And as you can see, there is a significant investment up in years 1, 2 and 3 in particular, and that's reflective of, in particular from an infrastructure component around stormwater and wastewater is driving a large portion of that, and the museum, and everything else is more spread across. Yep. But those 3 clusters of work are driving the majority of our capital investment in the first 3 years.
So just to reiterate that, those 3 clusters of work are stormwater, the museum, and what was the other one?
And wastewater.
Wastewater. Okay, thank you.
Yep. And so looking at it combined, our total renewal spend is about $40 million a year, uninflated, with regards to renewing of our existing infrastructure. So we built in to make sure that we fund enough depreciation and also take into account Waka Kotahi subsidies, that they are funded from operations. And then the growth sits on predominantly council borrowings and is recovered through development contributions. And then the level of service spend is, some of it is funded through external funds such as the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund for stormwater, or it could be grants and subsidies supporting sewerage schemes or so forth. And so take the view of renewals funded from operational revenues, predominantly rates, and level of service and growth, and in particular in those first few years are the driver that is driving council's borrowings to respond to that infrastructure investment. And I think Councillor Waru had a question.
Yep, thank you. We've got Councillor Lee, Councillor Brown, and then Councillor Waru. Oh, sorry, Councillor Brown.
So can you just remind me what the current cost of borrowings is now?
There's a difference between what our current average cost of borrowings is versus when we go to the market for new stuff. Currently 6.1.
6.1?
6.1.
Yeah. So if we, just something to consider is if we park projects for a year, say, and they're going to cost more in 12 months' time by the rate of inflation that you've shown us in your early graph. So if we stall stormwater, say, it's going to cost us 6.1 to borrow it now, but it will cost the project 6.1 further down the track. So there's no net saving potentially.
Yeah, so inflation will erode. So if you have an approved budget of 20 million and you defer it for 2 years, and inflation will erode that. So that 20 million in 2 years won't deliver the same outcome as now. And you've got to weigh up that versus will the cost of borrowing into the future be 6.1? Everyone would suggest that it needs to come down, but then we talked about before, as Councillor O'Brien said, if that was to occur and inflation drops, then there's probably quite significant impacts to our community from an economic perspective as well, and that's the toss-up that we'll need to make.
Tough toss-up. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Waru.
Kia ora, tēnā koe te manukura. O te rata te katoa. Thomas, quick question around, you mentioned the subsidised things that we could get. In the budget, you know, the millions that you have in that graph, I understand we have to pay for things before we get that back. Is that money back, is that included in the overall costings?
It is included in this, so you're right. So in the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund, we get paid on the completion of the project. Because of the size and nature of the individual projects, we don't model that individually on a project by project. We just wash that up in the working capital for the year. So we don't go into that level of detail in our modelling.
No, I was just making sure my thinking was clear. Thank you for that. Kia ora.
Just a final question regarding the library renewals. Can you just remind us what that is? You discussed Te Whatu Ora prior to that as well. You mentioned Te Whatu Ora, but I've missed what it was for the shared spaces with DHB.
That was for our IT, our disaster recovery. So just a reminder to councillors, because we do talk about a lot of things. Our IT infrastructure is spread across 2 locations, our building and in the hospital's server room. And so therefore when our building goes down, it kicks off and operates directly out of the DHB's operation. And we have had a number of instances over the last few years where we have had significant failures and we've been able to operate on that basis. And the DHB has been very kind with regards to allowing us to do that. We're just a little bit unsure around the health reforms as to whether there's a continuation of that going forward. So we are making plans and considerations that if that arrangement changes, we would need to reinvest and with regards to our disaster recovery site, moving out of the DHB to another location. They haven't said that it's an issue, but we are planning that. So that's one of them. And then on the library, so that's not in the library renewals are targeting, there is some roofing challenges, some elevators that need to be replaced, ongoing renewals, but also the soft furnishings. The library revamp is nearly now 8 years old, and so some of those soft furnishings need replacement, and so that's the planned investment over the 10 years. So now I get to put screens of text and numbers in front of you. So I guess if we look at this in a little bit more detail, even though there's a lot more detail underneath, we're going to look at, first of all, what makes up the overall 10-year renewals and what's driving those. Then we'll go to level of service, and then we'll go to growth. So of the 789 million that has been budgeted in priority 1, the renewals, so that's, the renewals make up 763 million, so that's quick math, I guess, close to 40% of the total spend. You see there that by and far the largest drivers of that are our transport renewals, our roading renewals, followed by wastewater network renewals, followed by water supply renewals of 51 million, and then into parks and structures of 48, and then stormwater network renewals of 30. I'll just remind you again, these are uninflated numbers, so this is the projected spend across 10 years. And then we kick into those individual line items, and we've done it obviously highest to lowest, so you can see where most of the investment is going. And I guess if you were to tally up in particular the first 5 or 6 lines, by and far the majority of our renewal spend is into our existing infrastructure networks and ensuring that they are maintained. And again, a reminder of that 363 million across the 10 years, We have ensured that that is funded from operational surpluses by funding depreciation and also taking into conjunction waka kotahi, so we're not using borrowings to fund the renewal of our existing infrastructure. The next lot of the 789 million is level of service, so that's $237 million. And again, there's a number of activities that are the majority of that spend: the museum, the sewage scheme enhancements, Rotoiti, Rotorua, Tarawera, etc., transport, water supply, and any more sewage. So once again, this is where we take our existing network and we're investing into it to either to improve the level of service, so in sewage schemes connecting new properties to the overall networks, or saying that actually, well, the service that we currently provide, we actually want to put more investment in, and therefore we're improving it and increasing the service back to our community. This is predominantly debt funded, I guess, with the exception of the IF is obviously sitting in growth. So the Rotorua Museum, obviously of that funding that we're sitting there, we're only proposing to cap the council's contribution at 15 million, and so most of these are gross. There is an element of external funding, but we haven't quite shown that yet. Then the next lot and the last one is growth, and so 189 million of the 789 is targeted to growth, IAF being the largest. Wastewater network expansions, stormwater network expansions, and then the water supply and roading. And so they're all responding to where we talked about before around household equivalent growth in our district and what we are planning our district to grow by. This is from our infrastructure strategy, infrastructure that is needed to support that growth. And the challenge with this is like all things growth, you front load and then the growth comes. And so as you front load this cost, a big portion of that is funded by the IAF. The rest of it does fall on development contributions to recover the cost. So that is a summary of what we've included into Priority 1. And as I said, we will give you a lot more granular detail and show you where it sits in years, and you'll be able to have a look at that and give some feedback to us as well. But I guess at this point, just wondered as to whether something jumped out or for us to look at and consider, and some feedback at this point in time.
Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Thomas. Yes, something does jump out to me on one of them. Can you go back a couple of slides, please? I mean, this is a good list of everything that you've pointed out, but I want to, that one. Thomas, can I draw your attention to the community halls renewals being 2 million, and I think we, in past workshops, we've raised about adding nongataha to the community halls renewals, and then I compare that to, say, the tea rooms and historic house renewals. That's 4 million, but I believe we need to be spending more funds on our community halls in the rural area, and nongataha who wants to be part of this. So that's, I'm urging for some support in that area.
Yeah, so it was a bit of a balance. So that's actually probably new money that we've put in. So the reality is, with regards to the number of halls that we have, the age at when they were built, we could double that investment quite easily to look after those buildings. What we've tried to do is take a little bit of a pragmatic approach while lifting the investment needed into those, but not driving too much debt and corresponding rates on that. So ultimately, we can give you the detail of what we can and can't do with that, and you can make a decision into the future as to whether you want to put more or less into that line. But we have, as I said, we have looked to lift that funding, but like all buildings, you could probably put more into it as well.
Part of the reason I do attend the community hall nongataha one, I attend their meetings every 2 or 3 months or something like that. And they do get a bit of revenue that comes in for the hireage of it, but the committee is concerned about keeping the standard up, you know. But I just think for even out in the rural areas, you know, that is something that they pride themselves in, the roading, of course, but even their halls, and I just urge for a bit of consideration in that area anyway.
On that note, it had occurred to me that potentially the community halls, specifically in the rural areas, I would support being prioritised over others. However, we have to watch every dollar, or it very quickly adds up, and whether or not there was an opportunity to partner with commercial organisations such as Fonterra to actually say, are you willing to meet us halfway? So that they can also have branding on there, and it's the same for the Energy Event Centre. And so looking at ways that we can partner, I know we go to the government and the Rotorua Trust often, but there are also commercial entities that may be willing to also be a part of helping us bring our public assets up to scratch. So if we could please consider that as well, depending what the community consultation comes back.
Certainly, yeah, we did consider budgeting the replacement of the halls across a number of years, but that comes with substantial cost. And I think as Councillor Barker knows, we're just doing a detailed inspection on 3 of the community halls now to get a better understanding of the investment needed into them. That's Rotorua, Mamaku, and the third one was Rerewhakaru, I think. And so that may drive additional demand as well, but in the meantime we've put a bit of a placeholder in there to say that our current level of spend does need to increase and improve, and we need to look after them. But I think, as Her Worship said, to replace the number of community halls with new ones would be a substantial investment. And we did have a talk to a couple of for people from Rotorua around opportunities to partner, and if they could seek external funds and drive that, then you could have a discussion with council around the replacement of those.
Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Thomas. Could I just ask you, and sorry, I don't want to spend too long on this because I know you've got a lot more still to go, but regarding the community halls, so we have these assets spread throughout, quite a number, in various states of, shall we say, needing investment. How have we not could I ask you, help me move forward on this, how have we not anchored our depreciation to meet the needs of these buildings? Like, how have they fallen into this state where now, like the pensioner units, we need to find a huge amount of money? Is that because of like previous council decisions? Is it our depreciation policy? Can you help me? How do we move forward from this to try and stop repeating the mistakes that we're seeing time and time again in front of this council? Thank you.
I think this one's a reflection of previous council decisions on rates pressure and back into the organisation around finding savings and prioritising. And I think it's one of those ones where we always, look to prioritise our infrastructural investment and those sorts of things, and these tend to therefore fall down the priority queue. And that's probably a reflection of where we are on these. Similar to our toilet blocks, with regards to the majority of the district, I guess, was built 50s, 60s and 70s. So they are quite old, and in particular, the nature of the way that they were built are problematic as well, which drive further cost in too. But it is probably a reflection of the pressure that governors have on rates, probably over the last 20 years. Yeah.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just, I may have missed it, and I apologise if I did. What makes up the park structures renewals at 48 million?
Everything and anything, playgrounds, boat ramps, any structures in parks across the districts. I can't remember if it also includes our existing sports fields. It may do as well, but predominantly playgrounds and all those sorts of aspects. Yep.
Does that include the international stadium?
A little bit of the stadium as well will probably be in there as well, yep. Or was it in there separately? Oh, there it is separate, yep. International stadium renewals are separate.
So that's separate. That's a pretty high number, 48 million.
Yeah, we have, and that can be looked at what makes that up as well. We are lucky in that our community has a significant number of green spaces and amenities in them. And one of the challenges, I think, is when we just talked about previously our investment into our community halls. If we were to be honest around some of those structures around our district, we probably haven't been investing as well as we could have historically. But again, that's that balance of funding available and costs and prioritisation.
Well, I would suggest that that could also be an area for partnership. We've had presentations during the AP that people are quite willing to put in some hard mahi and actually find some cash to help improve our sports facilities. The codes themselves are willing to step up. So if we can incorporate that going forward, it would probably help us be more of a partner with our community instead of just stumping up with all the cash. They are willing to actually join us to help improve our facilities.
Thank you. Councillor Kaifong, followed by Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. It's just really more of a, I suppose, a comment as well, is that, Thomas, this is priority one, so this is all the stuff that's going to drive the 14%. So
It drives the whole 10 years. But
but it drives particularly the 14 for year one. And so from a decision-making perspective, if we want to decrease those numbers, then this is something that we really need to have a really hard look at as to whether or not these are still our priorities.
Yeah, so I guess to balance it around the impact on the rates, you do need to focus on level of service improvements in the first 3 years in particular, around what it is that we're doing and why, and then looking at the timing of that, and that will have the most impact with regards to the overall plan, with regards to debt, and then obviously rates to support that debt.
Yeah, I suppose I'm just mindful that we're coming up to priority two, and so priority two means the number only goes up, and if the starting baseline is too high, then that's the challenging discussion that we need to start with.
Certainly, and I guess within priority two, when you consider it, you don't have to put it into year one, and you can look at those future years as well with regards to where some of those sit and the implications. Yep.
And we've got a question from Councillor Lee.
Thank you. Could we go forward, please, a couple of slides? Yes. So, $789 million worth of growth over 10 years is a big number.
Sorry, 189 million, Councillor.
Sorry?
789 million is the total capital works program, and then growth contributes 189 million of that.
Thank you. Thank you. So that's still quite a big number. I understand when we did the housing and urban development assessment, or whatever it's called, that we set ourselves back in 2020 a pretty ambitious growth plan. What would it look like if we were to be less ambitious with growth? Would these numbers be trimmed back a little?
I guess if the growth doesn't occur, then the infrastructure won't need to be spent. So I guess how do you have aspirations for having lower growth for our community? That's something for you guys to figure out how to do that.
Thank you. Were there any further questions on this? Bearing in mind, we'll have an opportunity for further feedback at the next workshop. Thank you, Thomas.
So then we talk about priority two. So based on those previous workshops, you gave us some guidance on some items you would like to see and what the cost of those would be. And so from that has been identified about $71 million over the 10 years. A little bit more of a spread across the 10 years, but still a clustering within the 5 years, and we have not modelled this. So this is sitting outside of that with regards to getting guidance from yourself as to which of these you would like, if any, to be seen modelled and what the impact of those would be. And so what we haven't included is the PARS implementation. So we've put some funding in with regards to completing the work, but with regards to responding to new sports fields and those sorts of aspects as a result of the PARS, we haven't included any funding into that. We haven't included funding for the airport business park. We haven't included inner city master planning. I'll stop saying we haven't included. The stage 3 of the aquatic centre, which was the more community aspect around splash pads and water slides. Rural road seal extensions, devolved funding to both the rural and lakes community boards. Lakes infrastructure enhancements, so that's we'll still renew the existing lakes infrastructure, which is included in that 48 million. Councillor Patterson highlighted before, but not looking to improve on what we've got. The skate park contribution, urban street improvements, rural street improvements, multi-road lines and unformed roads, and building entry enhancements that's around our facilities with regards to in particular around our customer service centre here in the Civic Centre, making it a little bit more user-friendly and keeping our staff safe as well. So those are the items that have you've indicated are priorities, but with regards to the assessment of priority 1 versus priority 2 haven't been included just yet.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Your Worship. Sorry, could I just clarify, please, Thomas? So the airport business park, that's currently what they're working on, the business plan, is that?
Master planning, yes.
Yeah, okay. So forgive me, so if we go ahead with that, let's just say there's a plan that we decide to go ahead with, that shows up as on our debt even though it's a CCO?
Only if council chooses to contribute into that. If the business planning shows that it's a roaring success and there's massive demand and they can fund it and generate the revenues to service that debt, and council is comfortable that the CCO wishes to untake that, then technically that debt sits separate from council and from our calculations. I think though when we do talk to the community around council debt, I think I've always believed that you're transparent about all debt, not just parent debt, but also our CCO debt to get an understanding of it. But technically it is excluded from the long-term plan if you agree with the airport and if they wish to do it, that they do the investment themselves.
Thank you. Could you tell me where the figure of 14 million came from?
I think that's the indicative around stage 1 and what the investment would be to do about 8 hectares with regards to stage 1.
Okay, thank you.
Thomas, the estimates that are given, is there the potential in the next workshop, or yeah, it would be the next workshop, to actually look at some of these items and consider whether there are only parts of it that we wish to support? As an example, personally, it would be great to have hydro slides at the aquatic centre. It is something that young people have asked for. But again, stage 3 includes other items, or again, our Lakes and Rural Community Board have asked for an increase in their devolved funding. As we can see, that has a $4 million impact over 10 years. And so if we're not able to fund the full, is there potential to fund part? So there is still an increase. So just a question around whether some of these, bearing in mind anything of this that is added in is additional cost, is additional rates increase. So is there potential to look at some of these in only part funding what has been requested or had been previously planned for?
Definitely, Your Worship, for the next workshop, and we can provide that information leading into it around what the program of work is being suggested and what the debt and rating implication would be for you to consider as to into decision-making process as to whether you wanted to include it into the base LTP or whether you didn't and wanted to put it into your consultation document and ask the community as to whether they wish to actually pay extra to include it. So yes.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Thank you. Just casting my mind back to the annual plan, we had a $500,000 investment, I guess it was, in the Baxendale Reserve. Now, were we compelled by something to actually spend that money? How does that work?
Yeah, so when developers do subdivisions, they do pay a financial contribution, and that financial contribution with regards to the reserve space needs to be invested into community amenities to support that, generally in playgrounds or reserves. And so throughout the plan there is an element of we will collect financial contributions and they will fund a number of activities. So the Baxendale one is an example of that, yes. If you choose not to do it, I'm not sure the implications on the resource consent for the subdivision. I think another colleague can explain that. But if you don't do it, you'd have to pay it back.
To the developer?
Yep.
Thank you.
Oh, Councillor Waru.
Ai, kia ora. Ai, te manukura. Thomas, just a quick question. Out of these projects that have been listed, how many of them would require consultation, engagement, public?
PARs obviously would. There's an element of you'd want to consult on that. I think there's a question of legally do you need to consult versus do you want to, and I would say on all of these you'd, with maybe the exception of the bottom few, they're of importance to large portions of our community, so you'd want to consult on it, particularly in a city master planning and investment into those sorts of aspects. So the suggestion would be if you choose not to include it into the base budget, but you still wish to ask the question, you would include it into the consultation document to seek community feedback as to whether they want to invest in it or not.
Okay, no, I was just asking because obviously if we put this through as part of the long-term plan, and we've flagged it, we still would, to be on the safe side, you're saying we'd probably still need to do some engagement, consultation around these projects, eh?
Yeah, 100%. There'll be a significant amount of consultation and engagement ahead of us. Yep.
Thank you.
We've got Councillor Barker and Councillor O'Brien.
Sorry, just harking back to the FOGO again, Thomas. I realise it's not a CapEx or a capital thing, but where does it fall within this decision-making and future decision-making processes?
So the impact of that will be in year 2. So we've modelled what was shown to you in the decision-making around going out for procurement. Yep. And so the impact is more on our operational spend and rates. And so that is actually reflected in the model, but you're not seeing that detail. Now, if when we come back from procurement, the offer is different to what we've modelled, then obviously we will have time to reflect that change. And if within that there's, say, a significant capital investment that maybe a third party wants to partner with us, we would look to understand the implications of that and model it as well. But initially, as we're anticipating that the market response will provide all the capital infrastructure to deliver that service, and we will just be paying for the acquisition of that service for our community.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thomas, sorry, if I could just carry on about the airport. Sorry, I've just thought of something. Could I ask, if we were to have a genuine CCO, which was perhaps had a private shareholding equity into the business as well, would that still show up as our debt moving forward? Is that the norm, given that we would probably still be a very substantial, if not majority, stakeholder?
Yeah, I guess I just understand your comment on genuine CCO. So
sorry.
CCO is obviously a council-owned organisation,
Yep.
and so we have to demonstrate, obviously, ownership and control. So if you were to change the shareholding and got a 51% shareholder in, there's still a question of it's a CCO, but do we have control? So I guess there will always sort of be a CCO, whether we're in a joint venture or not. Yes, you could partner with a third party on that who could introduce the capital and do that investment, and then obviously they would look to seek returns from that. I think the challenge will be changing that shareholding is it would also impact on the aviation component and those sorts of aspects. And I'd imagine our airport probably isn't of size and scale like an Auckland or a Christchurch to maybe warrant that level of investment or external shareholding. But in saying that, you can carve off and create a subsidiary that just deals with the development side, and you could look to partner just on that component, which will probably be more attractive because it then doesn't blur the aviation component with a partner that may just be focused on pure commercial development and property. Okay. So there is an element to do that. Yep.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Your Worship.
Are there any further questions? Look, there has been quite a lot of information to digest. Before we head into the next section, would councillors be keen to take a lunch break now? Yep, thumbs up. I'd like to suggest, yep, Councillor Patterson.
Just a process question. What's going to be covered in the next section? Is it only what was in the rest of this that was shared with us?
Yes.
Okay. Because I've just got a question from an email that I received from you, Gina, to my question regarding the Westbrook Sports Precinct. It says, Rob Pitcairney will outline this in more detail to elected members as part of the Capital Works presentation during the next LTP workshop on 21st November. And you replied saying, that's correct. Thank you. Is that happening later?
That was before we'd actually written the presentation, so we're not going to get additional staff to come and do presentations, but Thomas has already spoken to the Westbrook proposal and made clear that it's not part of the modelling that we're doing.
Right, okay. Just would have been good to get that confirmation that it's changed because I've been waiting for it. And okay,
Mr.
thank you.
Keithley. No, it won't be presented by Rob, but it has been presented by Thomas.
Let me be very clear. The perception of what was presented years ago with regards to Westbrook is not modelled and is not included into this LTP, okay? What is in front of you is the PARS implementation, which we've put into priority 2. The PARS implementation is focused on sporting codes and needs into the future, and that investment that is being proposed, we can provide you that detail. We haven't modelled it, will be what's best way to respond to the growth of our codes and what would be the investment needed to support that. And that's obviously sitting in priority 2 and hasn't been modelled at this stage.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you. Just following on from that, do I remember rightly in that PARS report that there was some suggestion about the Springfield Golf Course becoming a 12 or 9-hole course or something like that?
No, you are incorrect. That is from Golf New Zealand's review. That is not council work with regards to the future viability of our golf courses, which is not part of the PARS report.
Excellent,
the work that we do.
Great. Thank you. I'd like to suggest we take a lunch break now and we allow an hour, enough time for everybody to be able to have their lunch and maybe get a bit of fresh air and a break before we return. We will return at 1:30, please. Thank you.
Kia ora.
break. We will now kick back into our LTP workshop discussion. Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you, Your Worship. Slightly different mic. So what we've covered is what's included in Priority 1 Capital Works, which has been modelled, and what's been excluded in Priority 2. So we will be giving you more detailed information on what makes each of those up, and you'll have an opportunity to give some feedback on timing and inclusion or not inclusion, and what those implications may be, bearing in mind that this is just obviously the first preliminary stage. The next one is one of the questions that was asked was how much of the Capital Works program is subsidised, and while we had questions around individual projects, what the graph on the left shows, and obviously we've twisted the Capital Works program off the y-axis and put it on the x-axis, or the other way around. It's been a while since I've done sixth form math. And so the black line shows to the right, the capital investment per year, and the blue line that goes to the left shows the level of subsidies and grants that are received every year as well. So in the first year, roughly about 20%, in the second year, 30%, and so forth. And as that Capital Works program reduces, which is effectively all those level of service and growth projects in the IF, are completed, then the future Capital Works program has less subsidies. And the subsidies that are shown are mainly just reflective of the funding that we receive from Waka Kotahi with regards to the 57% subsidy for the subsidised roading program. And the graph on the right shows the net impact of our Capital Works over the plan. And so effectively that net cost is roughly reflected in the increase in debt every year to support that net investment. So happy to, any questions on this? So I guess in summary of this, targeting 2,900 household equivalent growth within our district, to be supported by, going into growth now, supported by costs to support that. A lot of those costs are front loaded, and we will be looking at a 10-year investment of 209 million to support growth. 85 million is from the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund. There will be 34 million required to support from rates, because not all growth projects can be targeted directly to growth and recovered from those individual developments. Some have a more general growth benefit, and so we'll be looking at recovering 90 million of development contributions from that growth, and there's going forward. So what does that kind of look like from a visual perspective is, if you look at, hopefully we all understand waterfall graphs. They were the rage a few years ago, but so what we've got is over here, the 209 million required to support growth. We reduce that by 85 million from the IAF. A further 34 million comes from the general community and is funded from rates, which leaves 90 million to be funded directly from growth. And that is, as you can see off to the side there, with regards to the wastewater, the stormwater and the water supplies. And so it takes into account the significant contribution from the IAF towards stormwater. The impact of that, though, is almost a tripling on average of the development contribution. So currently roughly about $11,000 per Huey, not across the district, but for the most of the district. And so with that investment to support growth would be a substantial increase in the proposed development contribution. Now, as part of the long-term plan, we have separate consultation on our development contribution policy in line with that, and obviously be getting feedback from, in particular, developers and people who are proposing to do developers around the impact of that. The alternative is, with regards to managing that increase, is to fund more of it across the district, so through rates, or to have a look at the infrastructure and growth and reduce that, which would obviously have a reduction as well with regards to the ability for our district to grow. So in summary, total capital works program of 789 million. 568 of it is supporting the infrastructure strategy, and the rest, the balance, is predominantly community amenities and corporate infrastructure. Of that, roughly 30% of it is improving levels of service, and nearly half of it is actually maintaining and renewing our existing infrastructure, and 24% in growth. So again, significant investment. And so, and of the, I guess, the community amenities, you can see there, 104 million is predominantly supporting arts and culture. Majority of it is the museum, externally funded above our contribution of 15. 62 million with regards to organisational delivery and corporate buildings and strategic properties and those sorts of elements, and 83 million with regards to our green spaces and open spaces. So I guess I'll stop there. Happy to, before we go into the debt section, around revisiting anything that we'd covered before lunch as well, as to whether you pondered what was presented before lunch and if you had any other questions. So happy to pause there before we kick off into the next one.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Thomas. Just going back to the growth infrastructure, 209 million basically is the investment to create or enable 2,948 homes. So if my maths is right, that's a cost of 70,895 per house.
Yes. Gross cost, yes.
Gross cost.
Yep.
It's quite an investment on behalf of us to get those homes built.
Remembering we are targeting growth pays for growth. And so back on this slide here, what we are saying is that close to 40% of that cost is being covered by government and the IAF. About 15% will be covered from the ratepayers, because some of that growth infrastructure is supporting growth in the wider network and can't be assigned to specific growth areas, and 90 million of that, which can be attributed directly to this this subdivision as an example, will drive this cost that will be looked to be recovered directly back to the developer through development contributions.
And what about the long-term rate recovery from those 2,948 homes? Have we projected how much that will return to the community?
Yep. So within our model, we've modelled what they to 2,900 Hueys when they come in, based on that, and what the rates revenue would be from that as well. So that is already included into the model. I think roughly $2 million a year from memory in year one is probably the ballpark figure that is being generated from about 400 to 500 Hueys per year.
We'll also ask Stavros to answer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I correct something? I think it is incorrect to link 2,900 houses with $200 million of investments. It might be for the next 10 years, but that investment in terms of enabling infrastructure has a much longer horizon than that. For example, our stormwater investments is got 100-year horizon to cover the uncertainties of climate change, attenuation, flow balancing, which cannot be just linked to 2,900 houses. Wastewater treatment plant upgrades, water upgrades, and so on, are based on our infrastructure long-term strategy that is informed by the full future development strategy of the councils, for which it covers a lot more than just 2,900 properties. It might be in the next 10 years, but a lot of the capacity enablement we are undertaking at the moment, they will have a longer term fruition and serving for the communities, not just for these 2,900 houses.
So potentially we could add to those 2,900 houses on that same infrastructure.
That is the aim. If we invested all this money for just 2,900 houses, I think, as you said, probably it's too high a cost for that.
So potentially we could be recouping those costs over 20 years. We'd actually make that money back and then start making profit.
We can recover the costs, but when we set the rates, we don't take into account making profit. We're not a business in that sense. But yes.
Fair enough.
And some of that infrastructure that Stavros mentioned
surplus
is obviously IAF and that rate funded proportion, which takes into account those sorts of elements. And yes, some of those recovered through DCs will be beyond that growth number, then yes.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you. If I recall correctly, we haven't had a development contribution for most of the previous decade. The last council meeting of the previous council decided to bring in a development contribution. Are we actually starting to receive some now? I don't believe initially we received much in the way of development contributions. How's that new policy panning out?
Yeah, we are starting to get it now and they're coming in. Just a reminder that when the policy was introduced and we consulted on it, that if you had your application into council before the policy became effective, that you escaped the charges. And so we did have a bit of a flood of applications come in prior to the start date, even though some of those applications weren't meeting all the requirements to process. Technically they were there. And so now as they have been processed and new ones are coming on board, the team is we are collecting development contributions on all new developments that are coming through and within the zones that our development contribution policies covers, because not all zones within Rotorua are covered by the DC policy.
Okay, so all of this is to do with growth. So are there any items here that we can defer if we wanted to be less ambitious with our growth intentions?
That's not my level of expertise, Councillor, so that's something you'd have to explore with the infrastructure team and understand probably a little bit more the granularity of the projects that make this up. So as an example, if there was a new subdivision being proposed out at Ofotter at a certain point, but there was no infrastructure that led out to that way, and we had it sitting in our plan to be funded through DCs, that if you remove that line item from the growth, from the policy and the schedule of works, then obviously as that developer wants to do that work, it wouldn't trigger us to do the work. We'd still need to do the work to support it, and we'd have to enter into a discussion with them around either a private arrangement to recover that cost or the introduction of that costs and recovery of those costs into a future development contributions policy. So effectively what Stavros and his team has done, and overlaying, I guess, the FDS and where we know and are targeting growth within Rotorua, their team have gone through and said this is overlay the new infrastructure needed to support growth, as well as obviously improving existing infrastructure and capacity. It's very hard, I guess, to turn individual elements off at times because of the interconnectivity, and even then some of the individual ones, if you remove it from the policy and the plan, then it makes it a very difficult discussion with a developer into the future if they want to undertake growth.
I wonder if Stavros might like to offer an answer on the specifics of my question, which is whether we could reduce our growth spending on specific items if we were less ambitious with our future development strategy.
Well, ultimately, your future development strategy is your future development strategy. It's your own aspirations. I think there's a distinction between expansion of a network to accommodate and enable future development, versus to enable growth. As long as you do so with a clear awareness that if the infrastructure does not have the capacity to accommodate the core infrastructure services of water supply, sewage, stormwater and so on, we cannot consent them. So it's one of those areas where, as Thomas said, to some degree you have to do advanced investment to enable that growth to take place. If you treat that as a reactive proposal, we say we do investment only at the time of the proposal, the question is that are you doing an optimum capacity improvement, and how much time for that development is wasted because you, as Thomas says, you haven't got in your plan. How do you secure the resources to do it in the first place? So it's a balance between your aspirations of future development and your aspirations to be able to be responsive to that future development. That's all I can say. Certain components for like expansion, you can decide we're not going to put a new pipe somewhere. But if, in terms of existing capacity enhancement, well, you would have to do that capacity in a way that will have a longer term horizon than just on a piecemeal approach on a location by location basis, because you don't do infrastructure enablement simply by doing the infrastructure that involves that particular proposal. You have to take into consideration your pumping capacity, your conveyance capacity, your downstream capacity, and all these other things have to be done in accordance to a plan. But that's, as I said, the future development strategy is your own aspirations, it's your decisions. How do you want to progress with it?
Thank you, Worship. Just carrying on from Councillor Lee's question, my understanding is that under national, the medium density residential standards will be re-looked at, but they made it quite clear that if you don't have a future development strategy, they will give you one. Is that correct? Did I hear that right?
The last time, that's correct, Councillor. Last time I looked to the alternative to infill was greenfield, and there is the expectation that there is sufficient capacity there. Probably just building on the question, we just need to be careful with the incorrect labelling of our growth aspirations, as if it's we've made a decision that we've got a strategy to grow. We've got a requirement under the National Policy Statement on Urban Development to provide sufficient capacity to enable growth. So we don't make growth. Growth occurs. So we have to provide sufficient capacity for future growth and plan accordingly for its infrastructure. So that's what that National Policy Statement on Urban Development says. So the key point here is that we don't drive growth. We have to project a capacity requirement, and we've repeated many times that if the growth doesn't occur, then the growth doesn't occur. We just don't do another plan change, or we don't need to invest in the infrastructure for a new subdivision. But we do need to provide for its capacity. So that is what fundamentally underpins the future development strategy, is where would that growth go and where is that capacity held? And then that enables us to do the infrastructural planning and identify how the growth will pay for its share of the growth. So that's the fundamentals. Now, that comes back to the housing and business assessment, and that's the growth figures that Infometrics have provided, which in the longer term matches pretty closely to what Stats New Zealand have provided over the last decades.
And just finishing on that, those policies were given to us by central government, correct?
Absolutely. And just also to add to that, and that was the recognition of nationally the deficiency of housing capacity and the escalations in land values and house prices.
Just click on the presenter. Debt. So what does that all mean? So we've touched on at the start with regards to the indicative impact on rates. We've talked about one of the major inputs around that with regards to our capital works program, and so the combination of them, or the third leg of the stool, is ultimately debt and the impact on our debt. So hopefully this graph is familiar with you with regards to the debt projections of the organisation. So the blue line is the internal debt ceiling that we've set at 250%, and the orange line is our external debt limit, which is ultimately set by the covenants that we have in place with the local government funding agency, who's our predominant funder, well, funds the bulk of debt now for councils throughout New Zealand. And so I haven't got the comparison here, and we can provide that later, but what you will recall when we were having discussions around the museum and those workshops was that, and the annual plan, was that we were forecasting to get to 250% by year 4, and then we would stay there for a while and then trend down. And so what we are seeing now is a lift with regards to getting closer, faster to that debt limit with regards to the size and scale of the capital works program, not only in the current year, but in particular in those first few years of the plan, reflecting the demands and investment needed. And we get to the limit, the internal one, but still maintain a buffer with regards to our external limit. So we do still have the ability to respond. One of the questions that has been asked of me sometime is how quickly do we look to repay debt? And a good example will be in year 1 of the LTP, we are proposing to borrow $63.7 million of money to support projects, and you can see those projects off to the side. You'll see predominantly wastewater. The IF portion is our portion that relates to the feasibility studies. But you'll also see within the model we're planning on paying down 16 million. So that is that natural trend with regards to, we have all our projects, we know we borrow against them and the period that we wish to repay them, and the rates are calculated based on that, but we are in a period where we're continuing to borrow and invest in our infrastructure. And so while we're funding the organisation to pay down debt tied to a specific projects, you're not seeing that debt reduction at the macro level because it's being offset by new borrowings. And so therefore what you are seeing is that decline out into the future years where we're not seeing that significant capital investment. Now, one of the challenges we've been talking to the team about is actually the pace at which we repay that debt against those projects. And looking at it, what we believe is from a sustainability perspective, we need to shorten some of those loan repayment periods down. This is particularly tied to projects from years back to try and, actually not to try, but to actually build more headroom and borrowing capacity into the future years. So we will be reviewing and shortening that loan periods on a number of projects. We don't anticipate that that will be an impact in year 1, but when we start talking about, and we go right back to that presentation at the start of the presentation around rating levels into the future, in particular, years 4, 5, 6, 7, where they were down quite a lot, by shortening those loan periods and repaying some of them quicker, we anticipate that those rate increases will increase into the future, which will have the benefit of reducing the debt quicker. So that's something that we will look to consider into the finding modelling as well. So I'm happy to take any questions on these 2 slides.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Worship. So these projects listed here, these are all the Tier 1 projects that, and this is the debt that we'll be incurring, well, that's what will be invested in year 1.
Yes, for priority 1. Yes.
Yep, for priority 1. Is there anything that's not shown on that was on that earlier list for year 1?
This is the complete, so These are the activities and projects that are drawing debt in year one, yes. So there are a lot of other projects that we're intending to do in year one, but they'll either be externally funded or funded from operations and revenues.
So I thought the museum was year one.
Remember, our contribution to the museum is capped at 15 million, and so a lot of the rest is external. So you'll see that into future years with regards to the balance of what we've invested versus the 15. So a little bit of that museum is probably reflected in that other of 2.6.
Okay. And, okay, thank you.
Any further questions on this? Nope.
We also have across the board with regards to all our borrowings per activities, and in particular you can see that black line is the amount above the bar above the line is borrowings, the amount below the lines is repayment. And so the quite significant investment into sewerage and sewage in particular, and stormwater and water into those first 3 years. We do need to have a little bit of a tidy up around how arts and culture borrowing is reflected in this. So there is just a little bit of a tweak. But this gives you a general guide with regards to how much we're borrowing and how much we're looking to repay at an activity level from year to year. And so when you come back to this initial graph, and with regards to the debt over the first few years, and then to holding and tapering in the middle, and then getting repaid with more borrowing capacity at the end of the year, is reflected across here. So before we move off the debt, any other questions?
Councillor Brown.
I'm just wondering what the process is around options for reducing our debt, like stalling off, pushing out projects, but also whether there's an appetite for the community for us to entertain some asset sales. I don't see that anywhere, and I'm not sure when to bring that up, but here it is. While we're talking about debt, what are the options to mitigate some of this?
So I guess on the first one is the projects that are drawing debt are priority one, so predominantly tied to growth or contractual obligations, or things that council has already committed to, like wastewater treatment plant upgrades, Tarawera sewage schemes, those sorts of things. So I think there's a little bit of leeway on some of this with regards to movement, which I'm happy to take feedback on and ask questions, and we can meet with the infrastructure team and see what can be done. With regards to asset sales, I would need to be guided by yourself as to which particular assets you'd like us to investigate and look at what the potential sale proceeds and consequences could be.
Well, why don't we put them all on the table and let us cherry pick them? What assets have we got on the books that are potentially surplus to requirement that could potentially reduce our debt levels?
That's a big question.
Yep, so
What would the time frame, I'm just thinking in terms of providing clarity to the community who may not know what the strategic assets are, all the options, before we get an opportunity to decide what would a time frame on that be? Is it likely to get into the long-term plan, or is it able to be revisited, perhaps say for the next annual plan?
yeah. Could possibly do both. I guess within the plan we have allowed for the disposal of our Vaughan Road and Tenai Road sites, which is something that we've talked about for quite some time. I guess with regards to other assets, you would need to give us guidance on what assets you would like us to look at, and we would see as to whether we could fit it into this discussion or whether it would have to be a subsequent discussion.
How long would it take you to generate a list? I'll give you an answer in fairly quick time.
Well, You know, we do have an asset management system with hundreds of thousands of assets which can be made available, but I guess we would need to get guidance with regards to what are you thinking of?
Would perhaps a starting point, just an idea, a starting point be 1 million plus, or is that too easy?
Well, obviously it's an asset that assets that we could dispose of that we don't have to own as a starting point. And I don't know what the assets are. I doubt the community has a clue.
And so what you are indicating is probably land holdings that we hold, and so you'd have to consider what land and why we hold it, and as to whether you could dispose of it. So
we start there in a fairly short time.
Yep.
Thank you. Councillors agree. I think that'll be a good thing for us to consider and potentially consult on.
Is that possible? I appreciate you'll be providing a lot more information on this on what's already been presented for the 5th of December. Is it possible to get a list? And I'm just recommending as a starting point 1 million plus potentially, because I imagine if we've got tiny little parcels of land alongside streams or something, it would not be what we're looking for. So perhaps as a starting point for staff.
Your Worship, I can ask the question of the team. I guess if it is a priority for the council for us to do that, I can ask the question and see what we can do. But
Well, I think it's a priority when you see that our debt levels get above our mandated maximum. So I think we should be considering all options, should we not?
Thank you, and that is just to clarify above the internal, we're not breaching the legislative. We've got Councillor O'Brien followed by Councillor Kaifong.
Thank you, Worship. I'd just like to taitoka and support what Councillor Brown's saying. My only concern is if it helps give direction to our officers, I hope we're not talking about the parks and reserves again, which we pretty much made clear last time. If I could help, I suppose we're talking about things like Invercore, the airport, perhaps even the list of land that was put on the original Westbrook project list of asset sales to help fund it. Approximately, I think there was about 12 properties down there, one of which was Tatoki, so I think that goes to show the level of research that the report was worth. So I suppose that's the sort of thing I'd be looking at, not a wholesale of every asset that the council owns to try and get $10 sort of thing.
Yeah. So,
thank you.
So I guess we've obviously identified Tenai Road and Vaughan Road already, which has flow-on effects with regards to housing some of the services that are on there, and there's an approach to those. The question that you'll be asking of the community around pensioner housing obviously has a financial impact as well. Not only can it provide a cash injection to help reduce debt, but it also can remove a rate burden in future borrowings into the future. So that is obviously something that you're already considering, in which we haven't modelled. We've just modelled based on the status quo. I think beyond that, there's a couple of smaller commercial footprints. One which a tenant has already asked us with regards to purchasing, but we're talking about $500,000 here and there. So while it all adds up, it's not substantial. The reality is you're going to have to go into land holdings and significant land holdings that either have reserve designations on them, or are being used for other purposes, and that in itself will have its challenges. But if the council wishes for us, we can see if we can compile a list. And
thank you, Councillor Kaifong.
Thank you, Chair. I think I was just wanting to clarify that we are not going out, I think what you're suggesting is we're not going out selling reserves, so we're not having that discussion again. I think, are you signalling that it's strategic properties that are freehold that we would get the opportunity to look at whether or not if they were to be sold, is there some other way of providing still benefit to the community or returning funds for debt repayment? But if we're very clear that we're not talking about a sale of our reserves or anything like that, because we don't want to alarm the community, given what had happened with the recent reversal of that. So if we're signalling those strategic freehold significant holdings of land, but not going line by line on assets that are $1 million and over. And I think that would be a good starting point of kind of narrowing the list of options.
Well, through you, Madam Chair, if I might, I agree with Councillor O'Brien and Councillor Kai Fong around not adding reserves to that, but no, I forgot what I was going to say. Yeah, we don't want to alarm. Oh, sorry. The point is, they won't necessarily land in the LTP. What we want is a list for the next discussion prior to confirming the LTP. So this is not an automatic step. It's something for us to consider at the next LTP discussion. And we might write it off, but let's see what the options are, because we're not seeing it here now.
Thank you. I think that's been some good discussion for staff to take that feedback on board, and then they'll come back to us with what they believe they're able to achieve in our timeframes. Yeah. Oh, and sorry, just on the debt ceiling graph, if you could please flick back to it. Thank you. I do note here that we do have an internal debt ceiling that we set that is lower than the threshold. I would like to see staff work very hard to try to remove the breaching of that. Our internal debt ceiling, I think, is very important for us setting, because as a classic example, with the changing of the climate, if we were to be impacted by a cyclone or a natural disaster, I would get very nervous at how close we're getting to the actual debt ceiling. I'd like to leave that buffer there for any unexpected impacts, and I think it also goes to show to our community prudent financial management. I do appreciate that it is breaching that due to the factors we can't control, such as interest and inflation. However, I would like to see us do as much as possible to remain under that. Councillor Brown.
We might even consider going a little bit further than that and allowing a contingency of X number, 5 million as a number off the top of my head, for unknown, unexpected things. I've never seen a contingency in an LTP yet, but maybe that would be a prudent thing to consider.
Yep, so what we did do obviously is we took the infrastructure strategy and the program, and we, based on where the demands were, what we did want to show you is obviously the pressure that it puts on our debt limit, and what we will go away with is particularly looking at those first 3 years as to what projects can be moved, and also once we've circulated the detail to you, you'll likely give us some feedback on should this be in or out, and that will be used to remodel, and taking direction from the council is that you would clearly like us to maintain a position at, if not below, the internal debt limit. And then just lastly, fees and charges. It's what we have done is inflated the majority of our fees and charges across the board, in line with the inflation assumptions that have been put into the model. The team has been exploring further fees and charges. Unfortunately, a lot of those actually sat within reserves and parking fees in particular, and that's something that you previously covered off in a discussion, I think, a month or two ago. So we couldn't enaction much of that because you've already made a decision on those, so the plan now reflects that. And what we'll just be doing is just doing a bit of a comparison to our neighbours and similar authorities, and coming back to you with where there are anomalies and why, and as to whether you are comfortable or not to change some of those fees to reflect how we compare. Obviously looking at increasing the fees and charges, not reducing them. But we don't at this moment in a position where we can share further detail on that. So I think in summary, I think as I said before, one of the most challenging environments that we have to prepare this plan. We get quite a bit of uncertainty from central government, so you'll recall when we started this discussion, we were under some pretty clear instructions from the DIA to model an LTP with three waters removed. We took the position that we will be in control of these assets on behalf of the community going forward, so we've obviously modelled on that basis. And no doubt the DIA at the moment, once the new government settles, will give us some guidance on the future direction of the Three Waters reform. But we have modelled on the basis of retaining, and we'll put that into the assumptions with regards to the LTP. So it'll be an interesting discussion with the auditors around that process, and hopefully by that stage central government will be formed and will give us direction. In addition to that, it's just the cost pressures that we're facing, not only from additional regulatory requirements, but also the inflationary, and in particular on some of our significant and key contracts. And then with regards to the capital works program as well, we're making really good progress with regards to many of our projects. There is quite a significant investment around supporting growth and the implications through into the timing of that, front loading of that expenditure onto our borrowings and recovering through our development contributions. And also trying to balance affordability, service levels, and making sure that we have our borrowing capacity into the future. And those are all the things that we need to consider going forward. But on that, I'm, I guess, happy to take any and all other feedback you wish for us to consider into the coming week in preparation for the next workshop, as to whether you'd like to see different, more of, less of, or just some feedback in general. So thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson, followed by Councillor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question on process. How many cracks do we get at this? Is this my one chance, or do we get a chance to have a kōrero later on?
I guess what's next there is a bit of a process, so we would like to further refine the understanding of the options of what's in option 1, 2. So we do need some guidance from you on that. We are targeting another workshop on the 5th. Now, the more feedback that you can give us now, the more we can model and rechange and show you the implications of that on the 5th of December, bearing in mind that we are trying to aim for a 13th of December, a relatively final draft position for us to refine and work on over the Christmas period, in anticipation for the auditors coming in February for the consultation document. So yeah, the more feedback we can get now, the better.
Okay, so what I was actually meaning is this: if I have one, do we all have one crack at this kōrero now, or can I ask a question and then have a conversation later if I feel?
Yes, I suggest raising whatever it is that you're considering now, and then on the 5th of December, if you require further information as an example, staff will be able to get that for you. So there is the opportunity on the 5th of December as well, but I suggest you raise it now.
So this was just a question firstly, before I get to say my piece later. You hadn't arrived yet, Your Worship, on Friday at the LGNZ Zone 2 meeting. It was in the morning, and a number of different representatives raised their concerns about the amount of central government uncertainty as far as their policies going forward were. That was having a serious problem on them forecasting their LTPs. So there was quite a strong mood in the room to ask for an extension, and that was being considered seriously by LGNZ as a group to go to the government and say, look, we've got all of these issues that we're facing already with cost of living crisis, inflation, etc., and now we don't know what your policies are. So it's unfair on you to expect us to deliver an LTP in the time frame that we've got. So the guy from DIA actually said, yes, that is worth considering, and please don't come to us individually, come to us as a group. So were you aware that that conversation had been raised, Thomas?
I am. If Gina would like to add, I think she had some correspondence and feedback, so happy for her to.
Kia ora. Yes, it's been discussed both at LGNZ and Taituara, and they're both separately making representations when the new minister comes in, asking for certainty around how we should respond in the LTPs, particularly in terms of Three Waters. As you know, the reform requires certain assumptions to be made. We expect the incoming government is likely to repeal those expectations, but we don't know what that will be replaced with. The way we have approached it internally is just to carry on with what we think is what we know we need to spend in terms of providing for our own community, waiting and seeing what the incoming government does. We have made representations to LGNZ and Taituara in the informal discussions, supporting that they get into the ministers as quickly as those ministers are appointed to get certainty for the sector. And in the meantime, we're just carrying on with the work with the intention of complying with the statutory timeframes.
Thank you. So what I think I was driving at is that this is, we've had this information for about a week. We've now been presented with the facts, and we're expected to come up with solutions that may be, as Councillor Brown pointed out, outside the square, that we might have to do some serious thinking about other ways to approach this than just the standard procedure. And really, there's not enough time to do that. So if we got that opportunity to delve deeper, to think about other ways of approaching this, eating this elephant, then we might come out with a better selection of options for our people to consider, rather than just doing the same old approach in the short time frame that we've got.
All of the indications across, including with policies of the various political parties, is that the requirements to invest, particularly around Three Waters, which is where so much of our investment as a council is, those regulatory standards will not be easier. Those are not going to change. What might change are our timeframes for preparing our LTP and the ways in which we as a sector seek to implement it, but the number of wastewater treatment plants, the investment required in stormwater, that itself isn't going to change. What might change is how that's funded. We can't wait, though, for the government to be formed and to introduce legislation. We just have to continue to plug on. So we can and we do support LGNZ and Taituara to lobby the government to give us certainty as quickly as possible. But in the meantime, as an organisation, we just have to deal with the facts as they are. And we do that on the basis that we know that our community needs a certain level of investment. How that's funded, that is going to be an ongoing discussion.
Yeah, I might just add as well is that I think we're in a slightly different position than some of those other councils as well. So we do currently have quite a significant infrastructural investment into wastewater treatment plants and those sort of aspects, and we've invested quite heavily in the past as well. And while I know our infrastructure team would say and would like more money, our infrastructure and its condition and what we're doing is probably different from some of the others. And so with regards to deferring the LTP, and when you look at that profile of our investment, it doesn't make year one go away. Year one is inflation, contractual, responding to our current investment levels and all the rest. And when you look out into the future of the LTP, we don't have big wastewater treatment plant upgrades into the future or those sorts of things sitting at the tail end of the plan, pushing us above 280% and those sorts of things. And there are other councils in New Zealand that are having those different challenges. So the challenge in front of you is we have prioritised the capital works program in the organisation into that priority 1 and priority 2. We are forecasting to be at or near that 250% debt limit, so we're not breaching our external limits and not being in a position where there's things in your infrastructure strategy that can't be afforded, and that's some of the challenges that other councils are having, which is why they're expressing those concerns. And so, you know, we're in a slightly different position, and I'm sure there's other councils in New Zealand that are very similar positions to us as well. And so delaying an LTP doesn't change our infrastructure strategy and investment to support growth, and it won't change the pressures that we are facing in year 1. You'll just be doing an annual plan, and a lot of those pressures in year 1, or all of them, will still be there for us to resolve. So, and I think that's important to realise.
Can I carry on? Thank you. Thank you for your indulgence. So yes, I agree. When I looked at the summary of the inflation, interest rate increase and contract cost escalation, that alone was 8.81% of our entire rates plan or projected rates increase for year 1 of the 14. So 8.81%. Now, none of that was caused by us. That's all caused by central government's economic policies. They are the drivers for that. So I'll just take you through something that I came up, really stuck with me again from the LGNZ conference. So this was a presentation done called Transporting Our Communities into the Future. And the 3 panellists actually have a much smarter head than the one on my shoulders. One was Dean Kimpton, who is the CEO of Auckland Transport and a board member of Infrastructure New Zealand. The other was Brad Olson, the owner or the big boss of Infometrics, which we seem to be supporting a lot, and Alex Walker, the Mayor of the Central District for Hawke's Bay. So those 3 people probably have a fair idea of what they're talking about. So they were talking about the pressures that they're facing with regards to adhering to the health and safety policies in terms of the cost increases for delivering projects. So, for example, at that meeting on Friday, I was talking to a deputy mayor who I won't embarrass, but she said their basic road maintenance project, like let's say it might be a roundabout or something, she said cost them $3,000. Now it's $21,000 just for the health and safety project, the things that they have to add. So this was raised, Alex's comments were, we have to get the context of this risk appetite right. In my view, the profile is wrong. So this is her comment, the person who had to manage their floods and all of the risks around that, she said it was wrong. Dean Kimpton says, there is a conversation to be had as a community on what level of risk we're willing to accept. We've got increasing conservatism. It feels like safety at any cost. We need to get this right. This is them, they currently spend 15% of all capital projects on health and safety, 15%. And he went on to say that they have lost the balance. How do we deliver safe environments for our people at a fair cost? Brad Olson chimed in, the economist. He said, it's common sense. Don't let perfect be the enemy of good. What we're currently getting is overly inefficient, doesn't necessarily deliver the safety we want, and delivers extra costs. There's got to be a better middle position. We have got to be bold enough to figure out where that sits. So these comments were not met with disapproving silence in front of 750 local government experts. In fact, it was a resounding round of applause. So it shows that not only there's an appetite for change, but the mandate from those guys to actually let's get together and nut this out and find out how we can do this better. So we know central government doesn't have buckets of money to give us. They're not going to give us the returns on GST. This is a way that they could help us out by sitting down and going through all their regulatory compliance things that we have to manage and say, you know what, we could make savings here, here and here and pass them on to us. And that would help us deliver our services to our people for a cheaper value. So in finishing, you know, we've had a really successful mayoral task force on jobs. What about a mayoral task force on reducing regulatory costs? Maybe that could work. You could all band together, go to the government and say, look, we need to have a kōrero about this, because if health and safety is one issue, there must be plenty of other ways that they can look at their bottom line and say, you know what, councils, you're right, we can do this more efficiently. And with Luxon in charge, he's a businessman, he understands working to efficiencies. Surely we can get together and make this happen and do it much smarter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Patterson, for that feedback. Thank you for sharing what has been going on in this sector as well, and those important discussions. And certainly I think we are feeling the same pressures, but also very keen to find the solutions, and we will do that together with locally led solutions. Were there any other points on this final thing, or any other points in general? We'll go Councillor Lee, then Councillor Kaifong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, lobbying central government to save money seems an eminently sensible thing to do. Thank you for raising that, Councillor Patterson. I've tried to ask this question, and please bear with me with a little patience here. We've got something of a response from Thomas and Stavros and JP. If we could go back to the slide, please, which is headed up Development Contributions. Yes, that's the one. So on the right-hand side, we've got the CapEx for growth, which adds up to, by my maths, $85 million. The question I'm trying to get to is, are we spending that money on potential growth, $85 million, because central government told us in their national policy statement on urban development that we have to? Can we save money there if that policy by central government was potentially tweaked or changed?
No, I think we're spending that money because we are an attractive and wonderful place to live, and people want to live here, and as a result the district will grow, not only from a housing perspective but also industrial and commercial, and so that is an investment that's needed to ensure that that future projected growth will arrive. It's not the government telling us that we will grow, it's history and demand from within and outside New Zealand of people that either want to return to Rotorua or want to choose to live here. We don't create that growth.
See, I support that organic growth. Is what's happening with Kāinga Ora and their focus on building houses is perhaps you could call that inorganic growth or government interference or something like that.
I'm not sure we can answer on behalf of Kāinga Ora, but I did see that Stavros was able to answer your previous question as well, perhaps.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I appreciate that it's fairly a simple matter of linking a capability or capacity improvement to one particular single objective. The question Councillor Lee asks is that, are we spending $85 million because we want to have new housing? The answer to that, no. New housing is a byproduct of that. The $85 million investment in stormwater enhancements and capacity aims primarily to protect existing communities from the effects of climate change as you have witnessed them. Two, to make sure that the climate change induced exceedance rainfall and higher probability of flooding that generates high volume of stormwater do not cause adverse environmental effects, i.e. do not cause siltation, erosion, detriment, debris into our system and so on. And the third byproduct, we're creating capacity to be able to consent future housing. So it's not solely depending on creating capacity for future housing, is to address existing deficiencies, to foresee and anticipate the effect of climate change, to foresee and anticipate the regulatory changes we have in terms of regional policy statement, the aspirations of the community for better environmental outcomes, and also the aspirations of the community to protect them against the risk of flooding. So it's incorrect to link one investment to one single outcomes. I hope that's a bit clearer answer to that respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Actually, does it follow on from that? We'll go Councillor Kiriopa and then Councillor Kaifong.
Oh, yes, can I just ask, was the $90 or so million government infrastructure funding that was secured by council not directly linked to intensification?
Just thinking there might be a JP response.
The purpose of the fund was to support housing development. In our case, we applied to it to address the dual problems of the capacity of our current infrastructure within the central and western area, and that also enabled further housing growth. So it had a twin objective of providing capacity for housing, mostly in the urban area, but it also included Pukehangi.
Okay.
So just a follow-on question. So does this, I understand that we've got obligations because we've taken that funding, and I guess timelines that go with it. Is there any way that we can not necessarily have to do all of this development now at a time when ratepayers are really struggling?
You could seek to break your own contract we've got signed with the government. That's one option if you sought to delay it. I would point out, of course, that the key element of this is it actually addresses our flooding issues now. So there is a double purpose here, which is address our capacity for climate resilience. So if we handed back or sought to step away from our funding because of, then we're still left with probably needing to spend all of that money ourselves.
I think the challenge as well, just following on from deferring it, is that we're currently in the feasibility stage of all those projects and we're incurring the full cost of that feasibility. And at the end of that, we'll know whether those individual projects are feasible or not, and then we will kick into the program of work to do it. If we don't actually complete those projects, we will not get the 50% subsidy on the feasibility. We only get that if the projects go ahead. So by deferring it, would actually drive further cost and more debt into our organisation than not deferring it, because as we progress the projects, they are 100% funded, obviously up to $85 million.
Thank you. Councillor Kaifong.
Thank you, Chair. Thomas, could you go back to the slides, Priority 1, Capital Works Renewals and the levels of service? I think that was, we were just trying to give you some feedback. So the question is, so we've got, as you mentioned, the top 5 projects have got the biggest amount of the CapEx, so the transport, the wastewater, the parks renewals. Yep. Yes, that's, yeah. So I suppose oh no, not that one, the other one with the list. And I think you were asking us for some feedback as to which of the proposals or projects that are on this slide and the next slide that councillors would want more information on. And so the question I suppose I have is that is it possible to still deliver these services to the community, but is there a, I don't know, a lesser standard? Like, does it have to be a 5-star gold, plated service, or could we still deliver services to the community, but maybe at a slightly lower level? Or is there a question of timing so that could look at the reduction of the cost? Because we don't have the level of detail in each of those projects.
I think we need to come back to the principle as well as around renewals and looking at deferring of renewals versus levels of service. And I think when we talked about some of the quality of our maybe toilet blocks in some of our buildings, we as an organisation over the last 20 odd years has made conscious decisions to defer renewals, and I don't think we should get back into that position. I think on this sheet there's a question around, I think, a couple of things with regards to giving you more clarity around, you know, the historic house or the arts village renewals and those sorts of things, and the timing of it. But I don't think we should be in a position where we're questioning and deferring water renewals, stormwater renewals and those sorts of aspects. We are looking to fund these from operational surpluses, and they are being funded. Now obviously by deferring it, it does free up funding to do other things. But if you are looking to make savings, then what you should be doing is looking at increasing levels of service or reducing operational levels of service. We shouldn't be looking at investing less into the renewal of our infrastructure, because then that just puts us in the position of we'll go backwards. Now, if you do want to do that, then I think one of the councillors raised the question of having that discussion with the community and understanding what the implications of that are and the risks, and knowing that if we are under-investing into the renewal of our existing infrastructure, the flow-on effect is that you have more breakages or unplanned maintenance, and so therefore you generally do need to increase your reactive maintenance budgets to reflect the under-investment into proactive or planned maintenance.
I'm wondering if I'm on the wrong slide. Maybe my question is just around I suppose the standard and the timing. Should it be around the infrastructure strategy as such? Like, is there an opportunity to look
there is, yes,
at how we can still deliver? I'm not saying we not do it, but I'm just saying still deliver, but not necessarily, you know, do we have to have the best of the best of the best? Can we still deliver some of the stuff?
That's the question you need to ask yourselves. We will do is we will package up the more granular detail of the capital works programs to yourselves, outlining what the projects are and showing the timing of when they fall. And if there is something that you wish to talk and raise with us, then by all means we'll have that opportunity to have those questions and understand what the flow-on effect is. I think within the capital works program that we've put in front of you that there is room to obviously defer and move some things and not do some stuff, so and would be very keen on your feedback of where your priorities sit on that, and then we can go away and look at that as well.
Just one final question. I was just around the museum enhancements exhibition. Given that we haven't got a museum, does that need to sit in? Or?
It does, and it's I can't remember how we're funding it, but I think we're fully funding it. So we do need to show to the auditors, particularly around our 10-year plan, what our current thinking is. As we know, we're expecting the procurement process to finish, and then a council decision, I think, hopefully in January, as to go or no go or funding, and whatever that decision is will be reflected into the final LTP.
Oh, sorry, I thought we had some funding from the regional council for the museum exhibition.
So that is reflected in there, yes.
Okay, sorry, okay, thank you.
Questions from or feedback from Councillor Maxwell and Councillor Lee.
You, Madam Mayor, this might be for Thomas or JP. How in many workshops, JP, you've touched on the housing that we're behind by 12,000 or something, or 6,000, something like that. And here in the program, it's worked out for the next 10 years, we're going to do 3,000. So is it kind of that we're still always going to be behind what the goal should be?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor. There was a place-based assessment done by Ministry of Housing and Urban Development a few years ago, and it had a deficit of about 1,700. When we ended up, or 1,750 I think it was, when we ended up with a flat line of our population or a slight decrease in the Stats New Zealand projections for the end of 2021 to 2022, they reforecast that to be a 1,200 home deficit. Of course, this year we've had the Stats New Zealand, which everyone's sort of a big fan of, reproject, and we're back up to 1.7 growth. So the loss has now been the projection has gone back the other way. So the 2 years of sort of flat line, slight decline have now gone back to a 1.7. So the overall trend for the city is back to where we were projecting, which is a long-term 0.6 cumulatively on that. So you're right, there is a housing deficit that hangs there and is recalculated, as well as our housing demand going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee.
Thank you. Just following on from Councillor Brown's line of inquiry, Thomas, do you know how the International Stadium is performing from a financial point of view?
Not off the top of my head. I'd have to get that. I think Rob can do an update on one of his operations reports with regards to how that is going. I guess it has got some decent utilisation, and particularly around Field 2 usage and clubs using it. But I think with regards to the term international stadium and getting events such as obviously Super Rugby and those sorts of things, then no, that's not the place that we play in anymore, or at this stage.
I guess financial viability was the nature of my question, but perhaps we can get some feedback on that in due course.
Yeah, I think it's something that I think one of the councillors said before as well around what does financial viability mean? So for our community assets, is there an expectation that these assets pay for themselves with regards to user fees, or is there acceptance that many of our community facilities will always be supported by an appropriate level of rates that is sustainable? And so things like stadiums and libraries and parks and reserves and sports fields will never probably be able to be supported by themselves by fees and charges, and will always require an element of ratepayer funding into them. And so the key is to get that at a sustainable level. So the question you will need to ask yourself is, with regards to the stadium offering and how it's used, is the level of rates investment reflective of that, or should that service level change up or down? But I think the expectation that an asset like that will pay for itself, I'd be intrigued to see as to whether any of the stadiums around the country are in that position.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head. It's a matter of how much money the council's throwing at it, I suppose. Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I support what Councillor Lee is saying around that. You know, I don't think we've ever daylighted the operational challenges or financial challenges that the stadium imposes on ratepayers, but it would be good to have a look at that. Just one question from me then. Are we considering boat user fees as part of this process?
I'm not too sure on where the team is at with regards to understanding how they could be initiated. I think there was a discussion that they need to have with TALT with regards to owners of the lake beds, and again how that works, but we haven't modelled anything of significance into this, no.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, I'd just like to address a couple of comments that my fellow councillors have made. I fully support the frustration of Councillor Patterson, and I don't think it comes across as any surprise to anyone here that I was hardly the outgoing government's biggest fan. However, in fairness, and I take on board what Councillor Patterson's saying, however, I would just perhaps remind us, when we talk about organisational efficiencies, etc. like that, I've been through a ton of these things in various businesses. At best, they affect the very outside, and they never deliver on half the money promised in the actual wash-up. I take on board everything Councillor Patterson said. However, can I also remind you that if we did look at take health and safety, we would need the government to amend laws. We would then need various regulatory and legislative bodies to amend, say, industry standards, etc. like this. Then you need WorkSafe and various other similar bodies to then look at how they implement new rules. And then, most concerning of all, then you've got the courts and how the courts are going to interpret what the legislation is, what the objective is, and then whatever they flip the coin and decide what they want to do on the day.
So I took all, but I suspect that it's probably not going to deliver the amount of money that we would be hoping for. Second point I would make in regards Councillor Lee, and I only asked this because with all due respect, I think I've sort of heard variations on his questions at least 15 to 20 times over the last 14 months. So can I just ask, if there was, say, an entity that wanted to build a retirement village here, 50, 60 units, whatever, what do we say to them? Bring your own portaloos? The water truck will come once a week so you can shower and fill up your bottles? That's the sort of thing I think that we're trying to provide funding and infrastructure for. So more than happy to talk about it again, if you'd like to at some stage, but that's what I think, and certainly for my expectation, what I've asked council officers to be putting funding and resourcing as well as their own thoughts into this. So for me, they're delivering on everything I've sort of asked for. In fairness to what Councillor Patterson said about central government, I take on board, but I then look at what we've done. Now, all due respect, I don't remember Dame Jacinda or Prime Minister Hipkins having anything to do with the lakefront. $20-odd million, whatever it was. Shimpak, that was us. Had nothing to do with the outgoing government, the aquatic centre, the museum. And just for good fun, I think I remember reading we chucked $1 million at QE2. So I don't remember much of the outgoing government having to take the blame for that. By and large, most of the spending options that are in front of us today, maybe not from this particular council, but from this area, from this council. Now, I don't like the fact that we're going to have to clean up any more than you do, but it is what it is, and I'm not here to kick the can down the road anymore or take the easy options. My main concern, Your Worship, is with what we're promising in our rating period, particularly in the next 2 to 3 years, and I thank Thomas and his team for everything they've done, but I take you back to our previous LTP in front of me. Year 25 was supposed to have about 6% rate rise. Then the following year, sorry, it's a little bit hard to work out the lines, about 4%, and then the following year, 2%. Now, according to our graphs today, we've got 14, 6 and 5. So I must be honest, I don't have a great deal of confidence in our forecasting, which is nothing against our officers. I think we're in for a very tricky financial period. The way governments and central banks bring inflation down is to slow economic activity. And I have a concern that we could very well be back here in a couple of years doing the same thing because then revenues haven't met expectations. So yes, we might cure inflation, but revenues could be on the slow side and we're back to panic stations again. So for me, the main concern is how we get that year 1, 2 and 3 down. And I would certainly be urging this council, perhaps we took a few easy options during the AP process. Maybe now we need to reverse that and have a look at some of the things we chose and say we need to get that, because I can tell you now, a 10% rate rise will fall on those who can least afford it and hurt them the most, which will be the elderly, Māori and Pacifica. And here we went through 9% last time, now we're talking 10. So you've got a cumulative 14, 6 and 5 over the next 3 years. That's roughly a 20%, if you take the base year, a 20% rise. Are they going to get a 20% pay rise to cover this off? So I have a great deal of, I very strongly support the spending options put before us, especially the renewals, but we've got to start making some hard calls around here. It's been tough before, but it's going to get tougher, and I just hope that this time we don't lack the backbone or courage to see it through. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor O'Brien. I'd also be very keen on hearing from all councillors regarding your feedback on the slides, but in particular from councillors on the proposed rates increase as it is, with a baseline of 14%. We're hearing quite strongly in this workshop that, you know, we wish that to be as affordable as possible. Personally, I think we are staying true to our priority of investing in infrastructure, ensuring that essential services will be delivered for our community, and ensuring that we're catering for growth, because we do have examples in our region alone where councils have not done that very well, and the community is now suffering the consequences of that. So I also strongly encourage and would like to see a bit more of a balancing out of the burden from year one on things that we could either push out or actually pause until some time that this council and this community is able to afford it. But we will be able to look at that in more detail for the next workshop. Was there any other feedback from councillors? Yes, Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd be happy to respond to Councillor O'Brien's little comments aimed in my direction. Yes, I'd be supportive of a development for old people, as was planned for the corner of Ranulph and Malfoy Street, Malfoy Road. I'm slightly less enthusiastic supporting it when Kainga Ora developing it and bringing in people from outside of Rotorua, and so all of that capacity is not necessarily, we simply don't have, we can't support all of New Zealand's social housing deficits. We're just a small town and a tourist town, and that's really the nature of my concerns in that direction. And I have asked this question because it's trying to understand what's actually driving all of this and what's behind it. And if it was organic growth, I would be much more supportive than the inorganic interventionist growth. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any councillors who haven't spoken that wish to contribute? Councillor Wing, do you have anything to nothing to contribute? Councillor Barker, you okay?
Probably just to say, Madam Chair, that I agree with your comments that we do have to be wise and plan for the future, but I think the burden that we're placing on our ratepayers in this first year is substantial, and 14% is the average. I imagine there'll be other property owners who have higher than that. So we just need to be mindful of that when we do our work going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson.
Just, yes, I totally what you said, Your Worship, thank you. And also my learned colleague next to me. The economist that we heard from on Friday made a very interesting observation about the middle class. We often hear about those who are disenfranchised and those who are struggling. And we forget that the middle class is now becoming part of that group. So this is the first time in New Zealand history where the middle class has to decide what they put in their shopping baskets. And that's a really hard pill for them to swallow. Never had to do that before. So they are losing their dignity because the stress on their mortgage, the cost of living crisis, it's all coming together for a perfect storm for a much bigger portion of our community than it's ever been before. So what we decide in the next few months is going to have a serious impact on where we go and how long it takes us to recover. I totally support that we need to keep moving ahead, and kicking the can down the road is the wrong thing. On the other hand, I think we need to seriously look carefully at every little detail we can to find where we can tweak that so the hurt is not worse than what it is currently projected to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. And yes, just like households and businesses are, we also need to be looking how we can tighten our belt as we all deal with the economic crisis and the cost of living crisis that we are in. But we will do our best to ensure that we are delivering efficient and essential services to our community. Look, there do appear to be no further comments on this. Thank you very much, councillors, for the feedback that you have given to this. This is a very hard discussion for us to be having, especially given that half of that rates increase was totally out of our control. But what is in our control is how we choose to respond to it and the prudent decisions that we can now make. So we look forward to receiving further information from staff before our next workshop on the 5th of December. I'll just check, Thomas, was there any final comments from you? No. Okay. Yes, Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Your Worship. Apologies for this. Could I just ask if it would be possible to include if there's any implications on us if we decided to use any of our cash on hand to help offset year one? If I could ask if that's possible. Thank you.
We have no significant cash on hand that would be of benefit to reduce that. Yep.
Thank you for asking. Okay, well, I would now like to ask Councillor Barker, if just as she opened, if she could please close our meeting with a karakia.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ki karakia mō tātou. Kia whakaria te tapu, kia watea ai te ara, kia turuku whakataha ai, kia turuku whakataha ai. Haumie, huie, tae kie.
Thank you very much, everyone. I declare this workshop closed.